The chef masterfully stirs the food over an open fire. He was completely devoted to Chinese food. Even from his childhood, he loved to try new things and compare flavors. He remembered his mother calling him to eat. He was especially fond of jjajangmyeon, a sweet and savory bean paste. It's sauté with onions and pork. His father asked him if it was good for him, and he said it was very good. He said it was the most delicious dish in the whole world. Since then, these noodles have completely won him over. As soon as he turned 18, he traveled to China to fulfill his dream of becoming the best chef in Chinese cuisine. However, it wasn't as simple as the guy thought it would be. He believed he could become a better chef. At that moment, someone approached him from behind and said there was something to discuss. The hope in a better chef was just a naive delusion. Chef Guangxi said it is, roughly speaking, the same as nepotism. He has no ties to it, not one province or school. These unique Chinese customs have a long history, and for a foreigner like him, there was obviously no chance of being related to the chief in any way. In other words, he didn't belong here. In China, connections are one of the most important aspects. Ru Jiangwan asked the chief to give him another chance, but the man told him there was no work without connections and told him to leave. Perhaps that was the most important thing. They say nepotism exists in one way or another in every era and in every country, but Ru Jiangwan felt that it was too much. He only wanted one thing. If he could die and be reborn, he would never return to China. Just at that moment he shouted something, and no one could make out what the noise was. And so, on his way home, he was involved in a terrible incident. He just needed to get to the surface in peace. But just at that moment, Ru Changwan noticed a huge whale beneath him. Of course he saw him. To be frank, he still didn't understand. He knew he needed to calm down. After all, whales don't attack people. He was sure that he had only come here out of curiosity. He didn't realize whether this situation was reality or a dream. Ru Jiangwan didn't know if he was going to die or not. And since it wasn't a dream, it appeared that some almighty being had taken his wish seriously. To be honest, he didn't fully understand it himself. Ru Jiangwan woke up somewhere completely different. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in medieval Song Dynasty China. He wanted something else entirely. He was now a young man named Ru Jiangwan. At that moment some man was surprised that it had begun to rain. He talked about finding a place to stay. Just at that moment, someone quickly ran past. He began to think about how many strangers there were, and came to the conclusion that there were 3 or even more. He realized that if they surrounded him, he would be finished. Just at that moment, he saw the building. The sign said they had recently opened. The Friendly Night Tavern recently opened. Ru Jiangwan worked at this very tavern. He had waited so long for this. After reincarnation, he became Ru Jiangwan. He spent his entire fortune on a new tavern of his own. At that instant, a man walked in, and Ru Jiangwan realized that this was his first customer. He realized he needed to greet his guest, and did so. The man asked for dumplings and a bottle of hard liquor. This was his first customer, so he had to be served properly. Jiangwan told the man to wait a little, and everything would be ready. At that instant, the man threw something on the table in front of him. He added something else on top. Jiangwan was surprised to see 3 boss 31.25 grams of silver and a sword on the table. He immediately began to worry. The man explained that this sort of thing happens all the time in the taverns of the Midlands. It turned out to be a payment that, he said, shut down the unhappiness. At that instant, someone broke through the roof. Jiangwan couldn't understand what had even begun to happen. People around him started laughing and saying that he had insight out of fear. The man standing next to him spoke, though he did so somewhat belatedly. In that instant, Jiangwan found himself in the middle of the battle. The man congratulated him on the opening of the establishment. One of those present could not understand the meaning of his words. In that instant, one of the attackers lost an arm. The man continued to attack his opponents. Jiangwan lay on the floor, trying to hide. In front of him lay 3 yams of silver, swords on the table, chaos all around. Not a day went by in Marima without bloodshed. Someone stated that the establishment would be razed to the ground. The attackers called for unity to kill the enemy. One of them ordered to catch up with the fleeing man, pointing to his kitchen. Jiangwan was confused and didn't know how he should react. He reflected on his knowledge. His second life began right here. His precious tavern, in which he had invested all his money, had just begun operations. He thought his case was over. The Murim attackers had thrown everything into complete chaos. Everything that was happening seemed horrible to him, and he hoped never to meet them again. At that moment a man came in and asked if anyone was here. Jongwon was surprised by the visitor's appearance. It was raining outside, so people were looking for a place to stop. Despite the situation, he was to welcome guests. At that instant, the two girls noticed another person. He realized he was obligated to accept them as a tavern owner. Afterward, one of the girls looked at him and called him a demon. The blow that sounded earlier was very strong. He was beginning to realize why there was a mess around. The man apologized, explaining that he only entered the fight for protection. Jongwon assured that there would be no problem with housing as the addition was not damaged. However, the kitchen was in total disrepair, so he could only offer wheat noodles. The man agreed, realizing that now was not the time for pickiness. He turned to his daughter, named Chun, and said they would stay here. She agreed without objection. Jongwon went to prepare the food. He noticed her unusual eyes. He almost realized that she was very beautiful, and the man explained that she was his daughter. Despite a slight shiver, he assured her he wasn't afraid of her. The man explained that his wife was from the north, which was why his daughter had such unusual eyes. At that moment, the girl asked him not to stare and called him a demon. As a child, she was subjected to ridicule, which made her uncomfortable to be looked at. However, Jongwon saw a real beauty in front of him. In the midst of the mess, he couldn't even serve the guests properly. He decided to cheer her up by saying a few words. He did his best to clear up the misunderstanding and apologize for the awkwardness. He asked permission to say one more thing. Then he noted that her eyes were like the deepest lake in which he felt as if he were drowning, unable to tear himself away. After saying that, he hurried to prepare the food. Chun was greatly surprised. She couldn't believe someone thought her eyes were beautiful. In that instant, Jongwon himself found himself stunned. He looked at his kitchen, which was completely trashed, then sat down and realized he no longer had a kitchen. However, he suddenly pulled himself together, deciding that despite the unfortunate discovery, he would not give up. After all, he's Jongwon, which means it's not his style to back down. He immediately grabbed his broom. The fate of the tavern, no matter what chaos reigned around it, now depended on the taste of his food. It required cleaning up first. At that moment a frog was sitting on one of the boards. Somewhere nearby, a little girl was crying. She complained that she would starve to death, while the other consoled her, saying that nothing terrible would happen, and the man laughed. He noted that it had been quite some time, and the food still hadn't appeared, but at that moment a scent wafted through the air. The odor was so pleasant that it caused him surprise. Jongwon apologized for the wait, then distributed the cooked dish to everyone. The man looked at the food in bewilderment, recalling that he was expecting wheat noodles. Jongwon confirmed but clarified that these noodles are special. Her recipe was created about 1,000 years later. In the distant future, in South Korea, this dish will become the standard of Chinese cuisine and will be called jjajangmyeon. Jongwon apologized again. The man recognized that the tavern owner has a difficult situation, but still couldn't understand why the food was black in color. He inquired if the dish was burned. Jongwon assured him that he wouldn't serve something inedible and offered to try it. At that moment, the girl took her first bite and declared with delight that it was delicious. She insisted that the others should try it sooner rather than later, then added that her body moves on its own. The man was slightly surprised at what was happening. Despite the unusual appearance of the dish, he couldn't ignore its delicious flavor. The girl admitted that the flavor is frighteningly addictive. She compared it to an addictive drug. Jongwon wondered if she had actually guessed. After all, that very drug was regular monosodium glutamate. To make the perfect noodle sauce, he ground wheat bran and added salt. However, the flavor more familiar to Koreans required caramel sauce, which did not yet exist at this time. Fermented bran and wheat could not give the depth of flavor needed, so he used a trick: seaweed containing glutamic acid and dried mushrooms rich in malic acid, a natural flavor and aroma enhancer. By drying and grinding these ingredients into a powder, he created the perfect seasoning to conquer anyone. The man carefully took the sticks and tasted the noodles. In the terminology of the Miram world, his dishes ... was a real revelation. As soon as the first bite touched his tongue, his expression changed dramatically. His dish was on the level of heavenly demon, worthy of being called a true gastronomic show. The man had an incredible experience when he tried it. He couldn't understand how it was even possible to achieve such flavor. Once you tried it, you couldn't stop. It was a natural reaction. The perfect balance of sweetness and richness. The flavor of the pork soaking through the noodles made it feel absolutely perfect. A true black utopia. At that moment, the bird suddenly flew out of the tree. The girls were greatly surprised. Chun, too, looked in amazement at her father. A man, barely covered by his clothes, was eating noodles with relish. Suddenly, however, it dawned on him. Everyone hurriedly turned away as he adjusted his clothes in a hurry. Jongwon was sure that this could be called a success. However, he was surprised that the girl never touched her food, and he asked why she didn't taste it. He clarified if she didn't like something, but she only looked confused and began to explain. The man looked at her intently at that moment, then assured his daughter that the dish was indeed very tasty. He'll be around, so she has nothing to worry about. Let her eat in peace. Rujeongwon wondered when handkerchiefs were first invented. It was at this point that the girl began to remove her cape. He was amazed at her lips. I couldn't figure out what was wrong with them. A man suddenly appeared, noting that Jeongwon seemed to be shocked by her appearance. He explained that she has been suffering from an unknown disease since childhood. Recently, her condition worsened and they were just on their way to Sichuan. He hoped he could find a good doctor this time. An unknown disease in the prime of youth. What a shame. At that instant, Madam suddenly collapsed, and Jongwon didn't realize if she was suffocating. A man rushed to her and asked what was wrong. Then he turned sharply to Jongwon and demanded an explanation for what he had fed his daughter. The girls screamed, accusing him of trying to poison them. In their eyes, he had turned into an assassin sent by the enemy sect. Jongwon was stunned. How come he was suddenly declared a criminal? After all, he had only served her noodles with black bean sauce. However, the girl was really getting worse. The man tried desperately to help her. He begged her to open her eyes. He then ordered everyone to stand back, stating that he would fill her body with his chest. Asked her to hold on a little longer. At that instant he grabbed her arm. There was a massive explosion. A bright beam of light pierced the roof of the building. Jongwon didn't understand what was going on and noted with annoyance that his roof had suffered again. The man began the healing process. Jongwon watched the scene carefully. Swollen face, shortness of breath, sweating, rash ... particularly pronounced on the tonsils and hands. The man assumed that if he wasn't mistaken, he knew the disease. If his hunch is correct, the situation is serious. He explained that her cha was moving in the opposite direction, and if it continued like this, she would die. At that instant, Rujeongwon shouted out, turning to the master, that the man was furious and called him a bastard, ordering him to step back immediately. Rujeongwon begged to hear him out. He asked if her pulse had weakened. The man pondered his words. Then he stood up. He, like a hero, said that seems to be the case. However, the man stated that he would check it out himself and the guy better stay away. Afterward, he grabbed her hand to feel for a pulse. Suddenly everyone lost their balance and fell in. The girls soon came to their senses. So he knows about medicine. Rujeongwon objected that not really. At that instant, the man turned to him. With tears in his eyes, he began begging to save his daughter. At this point, evening came. The man asked what he was going to do. Rujeongwon replied that he had to remove the curry from her mouth first. Her airway was blocked due to swelling of her tongue. After she tasted the noodles, she had a severe allergic reaction. No doubt anaphylactic shock. In a past life, he once encountered similar symptoms. A client, and it ended with the man's death and the firing of his boss. But what exactly could have caused the allergy? At that moment, the girl stopped him. She remembered that the noodles were sprinkled with nuts on top. Rujeongwon realized that it was his fault. How could he eat nuts without knowing about the allergies beforehand? He doesn't deserve to be a chef. Rujeongwon asked the master if he wanted to save her life. He replied that of course he did. Then he asked, by all means. Rujeongwon said, in that case. He started giving her CPR. This caused laughter. Everyone looked at him with bewilderment, not understanding what he was doing, and called him a pervert. The man was at a loss for words. At that instant, the girl suddenly bit him. May he be chewed out for his lustful actions, shouted those around him. But Rujeongwon realized that it wasn't enough and began to massage his heart. He has to save her, no matter what. At that moment, the man took a step forward. Rujeongwon started to get nervous. Then the man spoke. Rujeongwon realized that he might not be able to save her in time. The man, seized with rage, asked how dare he look at his daughter like that. From his pressure, Rujeongwon could barely breathe. He seemed to have nothing to say in response. And it's all just because of his aura. Is he a grand master? But he couldn't stop. The man called him a bastard and ordered him to remove his filthy hands. The girls were sure that the guy would not live now, and Nedley said goodbye to the noodles with black beans. If he can't save her, his life will be destroyed and he will put his own mark on it. Ru Jianwan gathered his wits and finally answered. He asked, would he really just let his daughter die? The man didn't realize, was he serious? Is he really trying to save his daughter? He forgets even his own life just to save it. At that instant, Mistress gave signs of life and coughed. The man immediately rushed toward her. He was stunned that she was actually awake. Ru Jianwan felt himself starting to lose consciousness. He then collapsed and completely passed out. At this point, the man spoke to his daughter, asking her to be careful and conserve her strength. Thank God you're awake. Take your time, get some rest. I'll take care of this pervert, he said. Ru Jianwan almost died. On the first day the tavern opened. I'm glad it's over. But honestly, running your own business is pretty darn hard. In that instant he lay there crying for help. Somebody called the police. He was stunned to find himself in his room and didn't realize what had happened. There was a man standing next to him. Of course, it scared him. Why is he still angry? Don't tell me it's because of his daughter's CPR and heart massage. Since we have something to do with each other now, let me introduce myself. I am the patriarch of the Chegel clan, Chegel Qian. Ru Jianwan couldn't believe that one of the 7 great clans, the successor of Chegel Liang, the chancellor of Shuhan, was standing in front of him. At that instant, the man asked his name. Ru Jianwan introduced himself, Fujunzi Jidin. Then he started saying something incoherent. He stated that the basic qualities of a soldier are discipline, the ability to remain calm, the development of the body and the cultivation of virtue through thrift. The man couldn't believe that he knew the Book of Commandments, but Ru Jianwan confidently confirmed it. He confessed that Chegel Muthu is the person he admires the most. But not only him, countless chronicles of great heroes were forever imprinted in his mind. In his past life, he had enjoyed everything that was somehow related to the 3 kingdoms. He read books, watched movies, played games, collected figurines. He immersed himself in it all, especially the story of Chegel Liang. If new information about him came to light, he was eager to find out. Ru Jianwan realized that he had lived a good life in his previous life. At this point, the man took his hand, and the boy hastily apologized. The man offered him to be a part of their family. Ru Jianwan didn't immediately realize what he meant. Is he related to them now? Are they going to make a connection right now? If he's affiliated with the Chegel clan ... those damn brigands will never come near him again. So why is he taking so long? There's nothing to think about. Ru Jianwan apologized for such a late introduction. Then he said his name again. So, Chun ... blue cloud ... out. The man interjected. After all, your little girl's name is Chun. That's even good. What does he mean? The man said it was no big deal and asked not to worry. Despite their little misunderstanding, there was nothing to worry about now. He was part of their family from now on. Ru Jianwan didn't quite understand what Guangxi embrace meant, but in that instant, he felt war. The man asked how old he was. Ru Jianwan replied that he was 22 and his daughter was 18. Where are you from? The man asked. From Fujian province, he replied. It's morning. Ru Jianwan looked around in surprise. He couldn't understand. Had someone been cleaning up the tavern all night? There were no more traces of blood. At that moment he heard someone's indignant grumbling. What nonsense! This doesn't have the right ingredients at all. He was stunned. Someone was cooking in his kitchen. They were girls, of course. Ru Jianwan didn't realize if this was really what Miram cooking was all about. But everything looked just awful. He decided to just ignore them. One of the girls said that Mrs. Zheng hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. And although this pervert is weird, he cooks really well. Ru Jianwan realized that they were preparing food for Madame. If you think about it, her not feeling well is his fault. In that instant, he began to take everything from them, both food and kitchen utensils. After that, he gathered his hair into a ponytail. He told them to wait a while, then prepared for the mistress the most delicious dish for the sick. The girls were amazed. Still, he's the responsible pervert ... Better shut up already, he thought. Young Master Ru prepared this for her. She was extremely surprised. The girls insisted she try. He explained that he chopped everything as small as possible so her swelling wouldn't prevent her from eating. One more thing. They finally understood. Madam is allergic to nuts. Indeed, she always felt sick after them. Not just for the nuts. Even peanut butter shouldn't be in her food. Please be careful when you cook for her. They watched carefully as he cooked. Ru Jianwan explained that they had to be careful even with what Madam touched. Everything had to be handled separately after her. the utensils, the knives, the cutting board. Everyone listened to him attentively. While they're here, he'll keep an eye on the food himself. Careless preparation can introduce allergens. One of the girls asked to taste the dish when it was ready. At that instant, Ru Changwon showed her the result. He made hot soup. The girl really liked it. The other girls watched her reaction carefully, and she suddenly realized that these were the feelings the young master had for the mistress. A few days later, the man thanked him. Chun was feeling much better. They decided to leave before it was too late. Then he turned to him. He expressed his gratitude for his daughter's care. Before he left, Zheng said she wanted to give him something. In gratitude, she handed him a token of appreciation. This token gave him the right to ask for help at any time, a sort of universal pass to the Marima. He realized that there was a connection between them now, but to get such a valuable thing, Ru Jiangwan told the Lord that he was afraid. He had nothing to repay such generosity with. Come on. In your position to think about such trivialities. The man brushed it off. Ru Jiangwan wasn't sure how strong their relationship was, but one thing was certain. Guangxi was awesome. He should have been on his way by now, or he was completely frozen in place. The man said he would take care of the ceremony preparations, so no need to worry. He'd send people for him. Ceremony? What is he talking about? Ru Changwon didn't understand. It was a ceremony of brotherly vows. Shouldn't they rise together? Or die together, as befits the descendants of Chegel gunmen? Of course, you have to prepare for it. Ru Changwon wished them good luck on their journey, and then said they would see each other at the ceremony. The man then told his daughter that they needed to hurry. When they return, they still have a lot to prepare. The girl wasn't looking at the guy at this moment. The man then went on to say that he still had a lot of work to do for their wedding. Ru Jiangwan had been preparing for this moment. It had been quite some time since Chegel Qian had appeared in his tavern. Thanks to his mental kindness, the tavern had undergone some changes. He was afraid she would be in trouble, so he decided to send him 500 yams of silver, a receipt, and a maid who would hand over the money and stay with him to help in such difficult times. In this way, the recognized onion has gained confidence. First let him give her the very noodles, otherwise she won't see the money. But why did they send her? Thus, he received a huge amount of money. It was a lot for him. With that money, he decided to renovate the tavern. Here comes the perfectly seasoned roasted vegetables and meats. Why did he never get a single visitor? If this keeps up, he'll have to shut down, since he's already spent almost everything the elder sent him. But why things were going this way, he didn't understand. At that moment, someone walked in and asked him if this place was the Friendly Knights Tavern. Ru Changwon was incredibly happy when he realized that they were visitors. At that moment, more and more people started coming in. He was greatly surprised that they were soldiers, and a whole squad at that. A whole bunch of government employees. Let them sit wherever they want. At that moment some man came out and asked if Olezo owned the place. The chief king confirmed that yes, and since there are so many of them, let them make a decision first. At that instant, the girl was instantly tied up. Ru Changwon was also tied up, and he didn't understand why. Sichuan Province State Bet. Xinwu Chen. Some man asked if it was him. He said that yes, this time it was the same guy. He picked just the right person. It was District Judge Po Darian. Ru Changwon started to say that it was some kind of misunderstanding. He had never committed a crime. The man abruptly cut him off and ordered him to shut up. They inspected his tavern and concluded that it was richly decorated, but it didn't look like anyone was patronizing him. He thought he couldn't accuse him of a crime just by extracting every last penny from him, and then make a judgment and impose a punishment. Let him listen carefully. His crime is a grave one. He kept a tavern in the public service, and also evaded paying taxes. And the crime was not joining a cooperative food and beverage alliance. It was the first time he ever heard of such a thing. Let them send him to jail and confiscate all his property. Ru Changwon said it was unfair, but no one cared, and he was ordered to shut up. The judge told him to stop making noise. Just at that instant, a token of gratitude fell out of his pocket. The judge immediately approached him. He started asking where the guy got it. If he tries to lie, he'll be executed right here. Tell him if he stole it or if he found it somewhere. He replied that one of the visitors gave him a token and said it was his family's token. At that instant, the man grabbed the weapon. He wasn't being condescending to him, suspecting he was lying. After that, the man swung around to hit Ru Jiangwan. As befits a corrupt official, he leads by example, drives the initiative. He will learn from it and become a great corrupt official himself. But in that instant, The man clouted him. He immediately sealed him to the wall. Rujiangwan was very much surprised. The man began to ask why he had brought an innocent man to him, brought him to his knees and what he had done, that the judge himself ordered him to bring him in. Of course, the judge immediately began to deny it. He started to say he believed it, but the man shut his filthy mouth. Have them gag him immediately. The judge started asking the guys if they called him bro and if he was okay. Rujiangwan was very much surprised. The judge asked him to call him brother. They're not strangers after all. They're Guangxi. Is Leon right? He hasn't made a huge mistake yet. The county judge's mansion. Who would have thought that he was one of the Chegel clan? At that moment, he set the table for them. He told them not to be shy and to take what they wanted. Rujiangwan thanked him for that. The judge was surprised when Rujiangwan called him senior. He had already told him that he and he were almost like old friends. Rujiangwan had certainly heard that the world was here, but still. But who would have thought that the district judge seems to be in Guangxi with the Chegel clan? Rujiangwan had a delicious taste. Is that the flavor of Guangxi, or what? The man thought he was just an ordinary country bumpkin, but who would have thought he had something to do with the clan? It's also his daughter's name on it. So this country beau is, in other words, the young mistress's fiancé. He can't believe he's messing with the 7th patriarch of Chegel. It's just a matter of time before he's in over his head. He hopes the guy's okay with it. He asked him if something was bothering him. The man began to answer that he did not. Does he realize that such a position requires a lot of thought? Rujiangwan said that even so, it was so delicious in front of him, and he didn't even touch it. That's right, he knows about cooking and he owns a tavern. Sure, the Sichuan dishes are quite decent, but they can't compare to the food from his hometown. Sometimes he misses him. For old times, his memories. His hometown, Guangdong, is known for its vast wild seas and fresh and plentiful seafood. Strange, but just looking at the sea makes you want to take a vow. All right, one day he would succeed and get an official position. He was 21 years old at the time. What a wide sea that encompasses everyone. He will be an official who will warn the common people with all his heart. When he was a young adolescent who didn't know how the world worked. Rujiangwan thought about it for a moment. He began to stand up and address the judge. The man immediately became worried, but still asked the guy what was wrong. Rujiangwan said that as a token of gratitude for his hospitality, let him, the youngest, cook something for him. At this moment, Rujiangwan asked for more fire. The servants started handing out more fire. Rujiangwan realized that it was time to get started. First, the food must be prepared. Rujiangwan started cutting the meat. Everyone didn't understand who he was. She heard that he is the Guangxi of the county magistrate. So why is he doing his own cooking? At that moment, the girl said his name was Ru Qianwen. He's known as the biggest pervert in the province. But when it comes to cooking, he's a master. Rujiangwan wanted her to stop talking nonsense about him. When he was done, he said that should be enough. As soon as he saw it, it seemed to him that he was very homesick. He thought his dish would evoke nostalgia and soothe him. But the problem is that they are in Sichuan province, and Sichuan is far from the coast, so getting fresh seafood here is not easy. So we'll have to settle for the most similar ingredients. A blue crab instead of a hermit crab. Instead of marine mollusks, he used giant shrimp. And instead of salt water, he took fresh water. Before showing it all off, he cooked the broth and prepared some seasonings to give the dish enough spice. Chanwan began adding Sichuan pepper, hemp flowers, and laburnum flowers. If you fry the whole thing in rapeseed oil with green onions and garlic, you get a chili oil substitute. Ma means country capable of chaining and la means deep saturated country. Together they create the tantalizing savory flavor of mala, which you will be able to get with the added herbs. The girls were amazed at the way he wielded the wok. It was amazing. Now you need to boil the noodles and add their oil to the prepared ingredients. Then the intense and deep aroma of mala will be enough to eliminate the earthy smell characteristic of the recognized ingredients. The girl could smell the flavor of it all perfectly and marveled at it. He managed to make it so spicy. But why did it work so well? Why was he so appealing? He was so skillful, so hot. It came out just perfect. At that moment, Jiangwan turned to the elder and said that it was for him. It was a sign of his respect. This is the first time he's seen this dish. What's it called? Perhaps he misunderstood him. It seemed to him that he was longing for his hometown, and he tried his best to make a dish that can create the atmosphere of Guangdong. It was Guangdong frying mala noodles. Actually, it's just champon soup. Jesus. The usual noodles of an unknown innkeeper. To him, a man of refined taste, it was unacceptable, but in that instant, his expression changed drastically. He didn't realize what this dish was. It wasn't something simple at all. Just one dish completely captured the atmosphere of his hometown. Jiangwan wished him a pleasant appetite. The man immediately started eating this dish very quickly. Jiangwan noted that it has incredible suction power. The man tried his best to eat as fast as possible. This was already beyond the usual noodle nibbling. He didn't stop. In that instant he saw someone in front of him, but he didn't realize who it was. It was himself as a young man. He said he had changed a lot. He replied that yes, he had changed, but not just in appearance. Intimidating the common townspeople to line their pockets. Is that what they've been trying to do for so long? But he didn't want to hear a lecture. A newcomer knows nothing about how the world works. He is nothing in the world if his pockets are empty. For someone like him, mindlessly shouting his naive ideas, even this noodle would be the pinnacle of sophistication. The guy was ready to say something. He went up to In and asked him if he really thought so. Was this really what he had dreamed of so much? It's not just food or seafood from his hometown and his naive youth. When he dreamed of justice, in that instant, there was a bright illumination of the buildings. Then things calmed down. Jiangwan started asking about his brother. The judge thanked him. He asked what the dish was called. Jiangwan replied that it was fried melon noodles. He then asked if everything was okay. The man said the dish made him think about a lot of things. His skill was just incredible. Jiangwan didn't realize who he had created. The girl thought he was so cool, but Jiangwan said it wasn't like that at all. At that instant, someone called out the next one. It was the judge who signed something, then called out the next one. He told them to return all the property from Yalta. Let them let this man out of jail and compensate him for the trouble he has caused. He asked the guy to forgive him for calling them in so late and making them wait. And he heard that Jiangwan's business was not going well. He's not used to his new look at all. Jiangwan said that there were no visitors at all. Maybe it's because he doesn't cook well, but the judge assures me that his cooking is top-notch. Have them call Mr. Chen and Mr. Ben over here. He would have loved to help him personally, but now he would have to take the time to right all his wrongs. Therefore, let him allow those who can help him to be introduced. But familiarity is always so intriguing. Let them introduce themselves. Jiangwan was greatly surprised. Golden hands of cooking. Shimukina-chan, the best drink connoisseur is Ben. In the field of business, they have no equal, so these two will be useful. Let the master RB go forward. They will lead his tavern to greatness. Jiangwan realized that now he would also have to get used to these two. The girl said it was cool again, but Jiangwan disagreed with her. By the way, since he's still here, why don't he make him some more noodles? So that's why he sent him here. That's how his strange team got 2 new members. In that instant, someone was wondering something. The man asked if this was his tavern. Looks more decent than he thought. They took a look around. Sure, they were in the back, but they were near the main street, so that was a plus. The location was good, and the guest rooms were nice. Then why aren't things picking up? At this point, he asked Ben why he was having such a reaction. Was something wrong? Then he just started screaming. The full hero asked if something strange had happened here since he started screaming. He said it was horrible. Why is there such a horror hanging here? The girl asked if it was about the lantern. The man started begging to get this abomination away from him. Did the hero realize that the lantern was possessed by a ghost? He asked what was wrong with him. No one will ever come to him with a lantern like that. If he wants visitors, he should put up a gardenia lantern. And that horror he is hanging means they're closed. How illiterate he is. A disgrace for a businessman. But he didn't even think about it. How could he even know? All he is are the memories of the person he was reborn into. The original owner of this body. KPO. Basically, the guy had no talent whatsoever, but he still wanted to become a martial artist. As for his description, was it written in the comments or did he make it up? He said that if he killed all of them, it would be boring, so he would only kill half of them. Well, there was no need to talk about his talent. His head was empty. Just like the old man is the same in everything. Since he was destined to be reborn, why not in the body of someone smarter? He said they would go inside and see what was there. At that moment, some girl was watching them. She was saying that she would definitely succeed this time. At this moment, they were telling the master that they had some paperwork to fill out first. Let him remember to prepare the documents to report the taxes. Paying taxes is the basic duty of every inhabitant of the Midlands. I also have to get a liquor license to be allowed to sell alcohol here. Just wish it would be over soon so we can get to the main thing. He definitely felt they were missing something. And when you think about it, there is some strange dog in this tavern. He alluded to the servant at this moment. Master and chief in one person is a master. And where are they? This place should be empty. But no one. Looks like she's not here. Then they have no choice. Jong-won said he was done with the paperwork and asked if they could now proceed or not. The brass business has the face and charm of any tavern. There will be waiter selections. Attention! Let the candidates come in. Jong-won understood where they were all coming from here. Let the number one candidate step forward. If things go well, he thinks one waiter really can be taken. All right, they're starting. At that moment, the guy started rapping about how their skillful cook had pressed duck necks and fried them in butter and vegetables. To that he added a couple more spices, and within a minute he was drinking a cranberry drink. Energy is injected from them, and Jeonwon is standing behind the stove. He gives him the dough, he gives him a portion of noodles, otherwise, my friend, he'll get it right in his cheeks. Jongwon couldn't figure out what the hell that was. Don't let them tell him it's rap music. If you don't like noodles, go home, take your time. What an expression it was. However, this attitude was unacceptable. He was disqualified for that. He asked if they'd just take anyone. Why does he need the artist virus if they're looking for waiters? It's tasteless again. Let her stop it already. The waiter's voice is the soul of the tavern. His eloquence and elegance of speech reflect the mood of the place. Now does he realize it or not? Jeonwon didn't understand anything at all. He was so scary. Great, in that case, it's time to get on with it. Then all the candidates actually sang and performed some numbers. Jongwon didn't realize how he had gotten into the Chinese rap battle. Despite all this, they kept going. Jongwon told them to stop. Then he stood up abruptly and told them to finally stop. His tavern isn't for all that expression of theirs. It is a place where people can enjoy delicious food and rest after a long journey. That's enough for him, so they don't need a waiter. Lero, let everyone go home. A man was telling another that this guy was really weird, not wanting to hire waiters. He was just crazy. You could have at least not said that in front of him. In any case, you should already be up and running, albeit without a waiter. At that moment, someone ran in and told them not to finish so quickly. The men recognized her immediately. He couldn't believe it. She had really been following them all this time. How persistent. Let them give her a chance and let her participate in the waiter selection too. Didn't she say she couldn't work like that because her status was too low and she had no talents? Her name was Chu Garin, and she tried her best. What if he says no? And besides, they haven't even opened yet. Where had she ever seen such lush, swarthy girls working as waitresses? How is she going to be a waitress? Where are they already? The tavern owner already said they don't need a waiter. So, at that moment, Jongwon said that he had just said that they didn't need a waiter, and now he's saying she's passed. Did they realize he was hiring her? The girl, on her knees, began to thank him. Jongwon said that her calling him master was too much. He couldn't say he didn't like it though. Everyone thought he was really a pervert. She laughed and said she would call him master then. Well, all right, then. And so after the fairest possible evaluation, they took a girl named Chu Garin to be their waitress. The girl was surprised that he would give her an advance right away, even in silver bars. Jeonwon told her not to tell him that this was not the custom here. She said no, and thanked him. Jeonwon said for her to stop. What is she doing here? Unrivaled Master Ru decided that the girl looked very depressed, and paid her a month in advance. She was very grateful. She promised she'd devote her life to it. I think that's a bit much. On the other hand, he's got two craftsmen here, lent to him by Poe's brother Darren. Maybe a little change of decor and furniture. What does the craftsman say, money permitting, or what? They agreed to help him, until the tavern began to turn a profit. After some time, they finally completed all the preparations. Now there was only one thing he was waiting for, his first normal visitor, and for everything to be. Just at that moment, the very man appeared. Jongwon didn't even want to see him, but he remembered who he was. It seemed that now his diner finally looked like a real tavern. Jongwon wished he could finally get the hell out of here. Jongwon was confused, but the girl immediately started to greet him. At this moment there were several men, and one of them began to laugh. The people he had fought with last time also became a few. Jongwon was trying to figure out if he had lost his mind. After that, They all sat down at the table. The girls started asking to take their orders. Rujiongwon hit it and said they weren't visitors. If a suspicious guy puts 3 yards of silver and his blade on the table, it means he'll pay for everything today. Don't worry, he'll leave a tip. 2. Jongwon said that all this means only one thing. The establishment is about to become a battle arena. This is the unwritten law of the martial world. A man crawled up to him and said he heard him talking, so it's not the first time something like this has happened. Jeongwon said it happened on the opening day. The cowardly red blood dogs only know how to ambush in droves. It's a tactic of the Black Forest gang. Once it happened, it was an accident, but why are they here again? He's afraid to upset the young master, but it seems his tavern is now the site of their eternal battles. Really? But they didn't even taste the food. Taste is not what they care about. Enough of this chatter. It ends here and now. The taste of fists and swords is what they are addicted to. They've turned his tavern into a perpetual battleground. He's not going to fight here forever. Jongwon didn't understand why things were happening like this. Once word spreads about his tavern as a battleground, he's finished. He's afraid then he'll be done with the tavern. The girl said that she would not tolerate such an attitude towards him. The girl shouted that she was very hungry and let him call her when it was over. She can't stand it. The girl said she would protect him the cost of her life. Just let him trust her. Jongwon realized that he couldn't breathe at this moment. Just at that moment, the girl turned around to see what was going on, and in that instant, the sword flew right next to him. Jongwon began to breathe heavily. That she said she'd give her life for him. Why would she be afraid? If anything, she'd be afraid for his body. Let's say. But why use him as a shield? Why doesn't she care about him while he's alive? Jongwon said for her to go. We need to get out of here. Jongwon rushed out of the establishment. At that moment, some girl asked if that awful nose was coming from the tavern. Jongwon then abruptly slammed right into her. He realized it was a visitor, and he almost bumped into her. Just at that moment he found himself sandwiched between 2 girls. Let it stay that way. He's giving up everything. In that instant, she grabbed him. She asked if he was willing to grant her last wish. Too bad, but she has business to attend to, so she have to kill him quickly. The girl asked to keep the master's body for her. The girl asked if he was the owner of this tavern. Let them say, it's this one. Just at that moment, someone kicked in the door. The whole thing pissed the girl off terribly. We need to deal with them. Someone used the chair as a human shield. Then there was a massive explosion. Who are they? Anyway. That's a lot of noise for a little thing like them. If they value their lives, I suggest they get out as soon as possible. She has very important business at this tavern. Is she out of her mind, or doesn't she recognize everyone from the Red Bloods and the Black Forest gang? Well, let her see. It's fucking hopeless. Isn't she a little old for that? Maybe she bypassed the men and finds someone else. What kind of a daddy is he to meddle in a man's business? That's when he got his arm punctured. She asked how dare he talk this nonsense here in Sichuan, in the lands of the Tang sect. And really, come to think of it, her snake eyes and broken character just don't let them tell him that she's the daughter of the Tang sect leader, is the poisonous butterfly Tang Yan. He was greatly surprised when he recognized who stood before him. In that instant, everyone around him was also very frightened. The girl started to ask what he had just said. Does he see the poison? Does he not see the differences between men and women? How could he even have a duel next time? At that moment his hand was under the influence of the poison, and so was the man's eye. And no, they're retreating. Then the duel will be next time. Everything seemed to be settled now, but it had taken a lot of effort. She was hungry, so before they get down to business, she wants to try his fried noodles. Will he cook it? So they realized this girl was weird. Jongwon was really quite frightened at this moment. She belongs to the Tang sect. In the Midlands, they are considered professionals in poisons and killing techniques. In Sichuan, they are called the greatest sect of the Mura. Patriarch Tang, ruler of poison, Tang Jiwen, the only daughter of Patriarch Tang. Jongwon didn't know why she had come here, but he hoped she would leave quietly after tasting his noodles. The specialty of their tavern, noodles with black bean sauce. It was excellent, smelled delicious. He watched her carefully as she tasted his dish. Jongwon didn't understand why she was using her wand so strangely. Although what else would one expect from him? He really didn't know anything. How clueless he is. Wielding wands is a hallmark of their family. The point is that her middle and index fingers, the ones that carry poison, must not touch food. If she has any more questions, he's always willing to help. The smell is certainly very appealing, but the texture of the dish will be the deciding factor. Without the right texture, food is like dog food. She seems to have more refined taste than he expected. Even so, it only gives him confidence. Nowadays, dried noodles are used absolutely everywhere. It is made from thinly rolled dough, oiled and sliced before drying. When looking for noodle dishes with a similar texture in modern cuisine, Japanese Okinawa soba probably comes closest. And there is no choice. You either love such fragile, delicate noodles or hate them. And the noodles he uses are quite different. He makes his noodles by hand. This method of making noodles would not be developed until 500 years later. The methods and concept of hand noodles were first mentioned by the Ming Dynasty writer, Manhwa, in his Notes Orally in 1504. Therefore, it is a rare culinary art. Highest elasticity, pleasant sensation when stirring the noodles. The girl said the noodles were very soft. Never before had the people of this era encountered such a texture. At this point, mistress began to eat very quickly. It's texture. How could noodles even be like that? How did he even do that? Other than that, considering he added Tianmian sauce. She really liked those noodles. The flavor she's experiencing will be unforgettable in her life. She just collapsed on the table. They started asking her if she was okay. Jongwon realized something was wrong with her. Allergies again. Jongwon walked up to her and started asking her what was wrong. After that, she called him a bastard. She said it wasn't bad. As it turned out, Zheng had told her that the guy was an excellent cook. No wonder she fell in love with him. Jongwon told her to wait. He asked if she was sure she was okay. She came in furious, but started asking what he was doing. Jongwon said his pulse seemed normal. He tried to say she had a fever, but she just slapped him. She called him a pervert, then told him to watch his hands. If he hadn't been connected to Chegel, she would have killed him on the spot. The man didn't understand what it was. Was it the seal of the Chegel family or what? It was all accurate. Uncle Chegel asked her to give it to him. Just don't let them tell him that she's also in Guangxi with Mr. Qian. That's why she talked about his noodles. Isn't he welcoming him? Soon enough, the Tang clan's elder, Bai Ren, will be celebrating his 80th birthday. He is already old, and he doesn't care much about these birthdays. A poison butterfly, a poison ruler, and on top of that, the poison king himself. It seems he doesn't really want to get close to them anymore. As a chapter, he is scheduled to attend, but will have to miss due to some circumstances. He hoped the guy could attend the anniversary on his behalf. Jiangwan couldn't believe he wanted him to go. The girl asked if he understood everything. Then there was no need to delay. Let him pack and leave as soon as possible. To Tang Clan land, Chengdu, the heart of Sichuan and a stronghold of the Tang Clan. A legendary land created by Emperor Liu Bei, the capital of Shuhan. As a fan of the Three Realms and Chegel Liang in particular, he decided that after his rebirth, he would one day visit these lands. The girl asked if those rings were always so delicious. I didn't think it would make it into a future slave. Ru Zhongwan said it was not a snack, but an emergency ration. And they also said that he still had 2 weeks to go. But if she says give it to her, he gives it to her. Just make him stop whining. Originally, the flatbreads were to be made from rice dough, which promoted long storage time and portability. They were considered an exceptionally convenient food for soldiers, but obviously tasted terrible, so he decided to change the recipe. If you use wheat flour instead of rice flour, add eggs, roll the dough into a ring shape and fry it in oil, you get a donut. The donut is similar in shape to a rice cake, but completely different in flavor. And then, coating it with melted sugar, you can have an endlessly popular treat around the world, the glazed donut. It's understandable that after a stone rice cake, a donut like this would be incredibly delicious. But there was one thing he hadn't considered, namely that these donuts shouldn't be too delicious. They ate the whole thing. By the way, he couldn't care less. He left his tavern in the hands of those three after all, but don't worry, he'll be all right. At that moment, he was told to hurry up. When would he finally be able to go about my business in peace? The girl said the sun was already setting. Then they stopped for the night. Why is he the only one doing all this? Even getting here wasn't easy. Ru Changwan asked the bodyguards if they could take anything on, but they said they had to be as agile as possible. Well, maybe they'll help with the camp. Then, they're just being lazy. He'll have to cook for himself, like always. Ru Changwan looked at the girl, and the girl told him not to get distracted. but he noticed that she was cooking something. Rujiangwon walked over and asked if it was soup. She asked if he wanted to try it. Her grandfather's always nagging her that she should learn to cook before she gets married. And considering he's pretty good at cooking, she wonders how he'll rate her suit. At that moment, Rujiangwon said, as if a rock had bitten him, the Tang clan is famous for their killing techniques and poisons. Maybe she just decided to kill him. We need to spice it up with a little agony. Let Grandpa calm down. He's overdoing it so much he won't even feel the pain. The girl asked why he was yelling. It was just a rock. Why did he bite it in the first place? Hasn't he ever heard of stone chowder? Put the stones away and eat it in peace. If you chew it thoroughly, it's okay. Rujiangwon couldn't understand what it was, but then he remembered. A soup made from rocks covered with seaweed like kelp. He'd only seen it in old cookbooks, but he'd never thought it was really cooked. The girl asked if he liked it or not. Rujiangwon told her to wait. He told his assistant to prepare number 3, rice with carrots and eggs, wok and seasonings. Number 3 accepted and gave carrots, eggs and seasoning. The girl was surprised that the girl was number 3, but she didn't realize anything herself. In that instant, everything was up in the air. Rujiangwon then caught it all in one deft move, and everything melted into place. She didn't realize who he even was. Rujiangwon said that the first thing to do is to separate the moss from the stones. The moss has a faint flavor and it makes the dish earthy, so salt and pepper are needed. Also, the moss becomes very viscous and is unpleasant to chew, so you should add noodles with toppings. He was becoming a completely different person. He was an insolent idiot and she needed to eat soon or she would starve to death. So it was done. Noodles with stone broth and seaweed. He had just added noodles to her soup. He shouldn't have fussed over such a small thing. In that instant, her expression changed. She noticed that the flavor was many times better, but she didn't understand how he achieved it. What did he do to the soup? Maybe he put some secret ingredient in it. Rujiangwon said it was nothing special, just enhance the flavor with seasonings. Especially for her, he added roasted carrots and scrambled eggs to the noodles for a change of texture. Otherwise, it wasn't much different from her dish. She couldn't believe that just a few tricks could change the flavor so much. In her house, even the best cooks couldn't always achieve such results. So let him not lie and tell her his secret. He said that cooking is, first of all, an endeavor. The main task is to get into the heart of the guest and understand their tastes, not to have any skills or secrets. The ability to turn simple ingredients into a beautiful dish is the only secret. It was the only secret. At this moment, Rujiangwon hid some bag and said that he almost got caught. The secrets of unique flavor. Unique flavor. At that instant the girl grabbed his arm. She told him to stop acting so brazen. The main thing is for him to apologize and say mistakes is not harmful at all. She spoke of his tantalizing lips. At this moment, the girl was eating and was unaware of anything. Then the bodyguard appeared and addressed her. He told her to be careful. Why did he say that? They weren't doing anything like that. But now they had to run right now. At that moment someone appeared there and said, let the others see who they have here. I wonder what such an exquisite lady from Thane forgot in the green forest. So what brings her here? She immediately realized that it was the leader of the green forest's wild plants. There were a lot of people near him. Rujiangwon didn't realize if it was true. The Green Forest of the Midlands had once formed 72 bases for the locals, a great alliance of bandits, the Green Forest family. Although they do not practice martial arts or any teachings, their numbers are large, and the physical fitness of each individual warrior so high that it is impossible to call them just a gang of bandits. Even famous martial artists had to reckon with them. Roughly speaking, they were the fists of a giant criminal gang. Why is the lady silent? He immediately recognized Tang Yanyan. What brought her here? Has she already forgotten everything? I'm curious. A few days ago, the outlaw camp. How he longs to meet, talk to, befriend at least one girl. What should he do to find a girlfriend? I'm so sick of this. No one to ask for advice. He agreed with that. Living with just men for so long. By the way, they just got a newcomer. Apparently, this guy is very good with girls. He greeted the boss and said his name was Cho Young. He's so handsome. The girls really like him. If he wants to get close to a certain girl, he needs to start by talking to her. It will be quite simple if you start with the most common questions. The newcomer wasn't so simple. He had some other things on his mind. Talking and asking questions, certainly a good thing. But one must remember to smile. He asked her if they would be so silent. Rujiangwon asked why he looked like that. The girl started to get nervous, apologized, and said that she thought there was a misunderstanding. They had accidentally entered the land of the Green Forest when they were trying to reach Chengdu. As soon as the sun came up, they would leave quietly and not give the land any unnecessary trouble. At this moment the man was telling him that he was just great, a real good beau. The conversation sounded very natural. So far, Green Forest had maintained a friendly relationship with her head. She hoped that this incident would not create a crack in their close ties. The man fell silent at that moment. Then a silence hung between them. After that, they just started turning around. The boss started to say that they needed help. He didn't know what to say next, and the man noted that in such situations the most important thing is to remain calm. The bodyguard said he had no idea what they were discussing. They act like wild animals. You never know what's on their minds. The boss has been told that now it is time for him to demonstrate his independence and charm. Let him explain what needs to be done. Girls like confidence, so he should show that he is capable of doing his job calmly and with focus. He said that since she didn't want to respond, he agreed to take only one of them as a pass, thus showing his confidence. The man thought the boss was very attractive. Watching him, he hesitated for a moment. Had he really surpassed him? The girl didn't understand why things had happened so abruptly. It will take time for the warriors to reach their clan lands in peace. He didn't understand what this creature was, so he decided not to touch her. He said that Rujiangwon is staying. And why would she even want a weakling like that? Is he even capable of anything? At that instant, the girl began to draw her weapon. Then she touched him. She ordered him to remove his hands. That's it. Let it pierce him with its poisonous needles. The man realized that the situation had already become dangerous. Their bodies are so trained that the dagger or needle of the mistress will not even leave a wound on them. Therefore, the management of the lands and the village belongs to them. If they only need one person, it may be wise to agree to their terms. Although there's no certainty that he hasn't left, why would they even want to do that? At that moment, the man began to breathe heavily. After that, he went into a rage. The girl tried to calm him down and suggested we just talk. He couldn't believe her hand was touching his body. It was so cool. She didn't understand where he was bleeding from. After all, she hadn't done anything. Everyone ran up to him and started saying how great he was. She touched him, but no one believed in him. It was all because of that. The girl didn't realize if it was a ritual. Rujiangwon didn't understand anything. As expected, Murin is full of incomprehensible things. He hopes they won't be in such a hurry. Unfortunately, he would have to leave on business. By the way, he asked if the Poison King's birthday was coming up soon. However, he was clarified as to why he was asking now. He replied that then they would meet there. He's already looking forward to it. They still didn't realize if he was angry. Everyone told him that he was doing a great job and that he had done a great job. He was just thinking of a name for his future son, so he asked them to be quiet. The girl told the guy to go ahead. She then fell asleep and asked to be awakened in 3 days. She noted that they still had 10 days to go. At that moment the girl herself sat on top and said she was very comfortable that way. Finally, they're here. The girl said she was tired, so let them open the door sooner. It took them a long time to get here. We need to get situated first, and then she give him a tour. Now they're going to go say hello. Rujiangwon didn't realize who they should say hello to. In that instant inside, some man laughed and said that the long-awaited friend of the Chegel clan had finally arrived. He greeted Rujiangwon. The girl didn't understand why there was a poisonous fog here. Qian told him everything, especially boasting that he had saved his daughter. It was the patriarch of the Tang clan, the ruler of poison, Tang Jiwoon. Rujiangwon was perplexed as to what kind of man had told him this. He had traveled a long way with his daughter. Did she behave herself? Just don't let her lie to him. He's a hero. Said that, of course. Good. The man said that's good. Well, actually, how do you say good? It was a nightmare. He is sure he is very tired on the road, so he should rest. He will give him a place to stay and make him feel at home. Rujiangwon thanked him for that. The man told Jiwon that he had met a very righteous and fine young man whom he planned to bring into his family. But he looks like a commoner. The girl told him to just try to say something wrong to her father. Does Down want him to marry his only daughter? A few months ago, wasn't that how they sat with him? Of course he was right. How's his daughter doing? They said she has been getting worse lately, so they are already looking for a new doctor. He's very worried about her. Apparently they've already bypassed all the skillful physicians in the land. He's got an idea of what he's going through. Let him listen. And it's time for their little girl to get married. And his Yunyan, there's nothing to say. Everyone's obsessed with martial arts. Was it true? But he doesn't have that problem. However, his daughter's illnesses are strange. Rashes on her face, and snakes were after her all the time. What's wrong with her eyes? He's sure that one day there will be someone who can rekindle her heart. Is that someone already there? The man has no doubts. However, as far as the groom is concerned, won't his abilities be the most important thing? After all, if he were to marry Jen, the one and only daughter of the patriarch of the most prestigious and powerful clan in the Midlands, the Chegel clan, what about Yunyan? He's not from a poor family either. What about his son-in-law? Maybe they'll argue. That sounded interesting, he agreed. Whoever wins will be the best. Let him wait. He'll know who's the best before he blinks. What is it about Chian Bolta that makes him so confident? The girl was telling him to smile. Stop walking around with that sour face. But he's already worthless. Did he win already, or what? At this moment, he realized that Yunyan had no one at all. I wonder who will marry her after all. They'll eat first. The girl accepted. At that moment, she looked somewhere in the distance. Their cooks are also very good, but for some reason she feels like there's something missing in the food. It's really different from what Ru cooks. He must be so proud of himself. She wondered if he was settling in well. At that moment, Ru Jianwan said he felt good. They fed him plenty of food, too, which is great. He didn't know that in Sichuan, everyone has their own bathroom. Maybe he should do that at the hotel, too. So, after establishing Guangxi with the Chegel clan, she has the opportunity to get close to the Tang clan as well. To think how it even got to this point. Although, considering he'd been eaten by a whale and ended up here, did he think what had happened could be explained by common sense? Nevertheless, something was very interesting to him. For some reason, the memories of the real Ru Jianwan feel empty or somehow confusing. At that moment, someone reached out to him underwater. The girl went in to see him and asked why he wasn't answering. And the girl, as usual, asked if he had anything to eat. At that moment, someone addressed him. The girl didn't realize if he was out for a walk. Some woman at that moment was telling him that he had to survive at all costs. Ru Changwan immediately jumped out of the water and didn't realize if it was a water ghost. He didn't realize what he had just seen. What was it? Maybe he was just tired. Just at that moment the girl noticed him. He asked what was wrong with her. The girl replied that it was the first time she was seeing it live. And the guy didn't understand what they were looking at. The girl immediately began to close her eyes. Ru Jianwan started to ask for the lady to wait, but it was too late, and she hit him. Ru Jianwan apologized and said he wasn't thinking. To which she called him a jerk and told him to shut up. Ru Jianwan then asked where they were. She said she's going to show him around, and now they're going to the backyard. Ru Jianwan said that he understood everything. The girl added that he should take more walks. The yard was huge. She asked what he thought it was the size of a small town. This courtyard is her grandfather's most favorite place. Ru Jianwan wondered if she was talking about the Posen King. He must be really terrible. Ru Jianwan asked if the elder was here now. The girl replied that she didn't know, as he was rather unpredictable. At that moment, Ru Jianwan saw a carp. Shouldn't such fish live in ponds? These flowers looked very strange. He asked if they were some kind of rare spices. She said it was best not to touch anything here. She was right, for there were snakes right behind those flowers. After a while, the girl announced that they had arrived, and Ru Jianwan was quite surprised. She said this was the very backyard, the pride of their clan. Ru Jianwan said it was beautiful, and the girl said she couldn't see anything. And the flavor of those petals, so nice. But he'd be careful with them. If he swallows one, he'll die. She said that everything in this garden, both the petals and the leaves, are very poisonous plants called aconite. But as long as it doesn't get in your system, you'll be fine. The girl asked what would happen if she chewed on it a little. The girl went on to say that so let her be careful and watch carefully. It must be wolfsbane. It's so poisonous that it was used as the main ingredient in poisons during Joseon times. How did he end up in a place where everything is poison? At one point, Ru Changwan couldn't understand what it was. Right in front of him appeared some kind of very healthy frog. He couldn't figure out what it was. Then some old guy showed up who didn't understand why the guy called her a monster. The girl recognized the grandfather immediately. It was the patriarch of the Tang clan, the Poison King, Tang Bai Ren. He hasn't seen her in a while. How's she doing? He's getting bored here. She said she was doing fine, having been on a mission for her father lately. Ru Zhongwen was surprised that the Poison King wasn't as scary as he had imagined him to be. What the hell kind of giant monster toad is that? The old man didn't know what he was talking about. The girl told him to apologize to her friend. The girl introduced Han Sum. He only eats things that contain poison, so he has nothing to fear. The old man asked who the guy next to the girl was. She's been trying to learn how to cook for so long. What? Did you finally learn and find a fiancé, or what? The girl immediately started asking what he was talking about. Was he crazy, or what? Is this the guy Uncle Chegel was talking about? Just at that moment, there was some kind of scorpion on the guy's head. Will he attend his birthday party as their representative? Have you found him a fiancé yet? Here's how, he's ordinary. Her father wouldn't like him. But it didn't matter. Ru Jianwan said his cooking was amazing. At this point, her grandfather interrogated her. She immediately started making excuses and saying that she wanted to tell him that his cooking was just awful. But Grandpa remembered that she said his cooking was awesome, and he interrogated her about it. The girl started making excuses and saying she had misspoken. At that moment, someone called out to her. Grandpa asked if she knew why members of their clan were so attached to delicious and gourmet food. She replied that she didn't know. Due to constant contact with poison, their sense of smell becomes many times more sensitive, so they are very picky about the ingredients and taste of food. He had traveled to different parts of the lands for a long time and met people who called themselves culinary geniuses. He had seen more than a dozen of them, but he's never had a dish he's been passionate about. Besides, this guy isn't more than 20 years old after all, and he's already outstanding, or what? Ru Jianwan doesn't want to admit it, but perhaps he was right. The number of dishes he can prepare using the available ingredients and cooking methods is small. At this point, the guy asked if the elder was hungry. The man asked if he wanted to show what he could do. Ru Jianwan said that's right, he wants to show. He wants to cook any dish from the future because he has all the knowledge and skills. He asked to be allowed to cook a meal for him. Yongyan was surprised by this turn of events. He's glowing with confidence. Maybe they'll make a bet. Or if he likes his cooking, let him throw whatever he wants. She said they had a deal, and he reflected on the fact that his tavern was finally going to heal. On the other hand, what happens if he loses? The man started to say if he knew that Han Sum had become very thin lately. Ru Jianwan hesitated and said that he never seemed to cook for him. But the girl said that's not what the man meant. Besides, the elder said he only eats poisonous food. There are plenty of those who claim to be the best martial artists, but they are all a bunch of useless trash that does no good with their contrived abilities. He considers them all to be the poison that corrodes the Midlands. So what if he loses? Ru Jianwan immediately became nervous. The man went on to say that if he lost, it would become just as poisonous to him, and his body will finally realize the same was true for the other upstarts. Have him let him know when he's ready. Ru Jianwan starts to ask the girl if he's joking about those poisonous people. But her grandfather is certainly a strange old man, but he never jokes about such things, so this is how his second life will end. Yunyong didn't understand how it had come to this. Ru Jianwan realized that it was because she praised his cooking. If things are going to work out this way, he should stop sitting around and go after her. She wants to show him something. What is it? His grave or what? The girl said they came to the spot. Maybe she's exaggerating a bit, but here he'll find condiments and products from all over the world. Their love of food is the pride of their family. The chief, in short, was very surprised when he saw it. The girl introduced their clan's food warehouse. Here he could find anything he wanted. Ru Jianwan realized this is what the king meant when he talked about his adventures. So, should I cook him his noodles and it's a done deal? Or what? It's definitely got everything she needs, but she's sure Grandpa will definitely love it. Ru Jianwan was in agreement. Noodles are his specialty dish. He would definitely like it, of that he was sure. At that instant, Ru Jianwan said that he wouldn't cook the noodles. He's someone who treats cooking differently than everyone else. He's cooking something different this time. It's time to take the bull by the horns. Ru Jianwan asked Madam what the king liked. She already thought she was going to hear about noodles again. Well, since he's from Sichuan, Grandpa likes it spicy. And there's some seasoning here. Black pepper ... At that instant, Jongwon noticed something. He began to ask what it was that they had. She said that sometimes traders from the western provinces and India come here. She thinks their cooks didn't touch them because they don't know what it is. What has he seen so far, or what? This will become the foundation of all Sichuan cuisine. Chili peppers. At this moment, the elder said that he was already feeling hungry. He asked if the guy was done yet. At that moment, someone called out to him. Jongwon appeared in front of him. He immediately apologized for keeping him waiting. The dish he made for him was mapo tofu with rice. The elder asked if that was all he could do. With so many ingredients, did he choose tofu specifically? Mapo tofu is a dish that appeared in Sichuan in the late 19th century, during the Qing dynasty. The dish gets its name in honor of the woman who created the recipe. He's never seen a tofu dish like this before, but it's spicy, and it tastes pretty good. But to say that it was something outstanding, he couldn't. In that instant, his expression changed. The girl said he shouldn't be in a hurry. No one would take his food away from him. Jongwon realized it was all starting. The king felt himself getting very hot. This dish is especially for an elder whose teeth are clearly not in the best shape anymore. He chose tofu as the main ingredient. First, you need to cut the tofu into appropriately sized cubes, then fry it in oil to form a hard crust. This will keep its shape and not lose its juiciness. However, the main ingredient for today is not tofu at all, but chili peppers. When it comes to spicy food, the word mala comes to mind, but in the times he's gotten to, there's no such concept yet. Ma refers to the tingling sensation on the tongue caused by the spices. That the ingredients responsible for the searing flavor are called la, which are chili peppers that have not yet spread widely throughout the Midlands. He's not entirely sure about it, but since a small amount of chili peppers have made their way into town and are stored in the clan's warehouse ... One of the cooks was clearly trying to show the Poison King a spice he had never tasted before. The girl started asking if Grandpa was hanging in there, if he was okay. He said it was fine. Not spicy at all. Unlike the sensation given by Sancho, the capsaicin found in chili peppers only builds up the burning sensation over time. The man couldn't believe the effect was getting even stronger. Jongwon realized that he couldn't stop anymore. Stunningly sharp. The man said the savory flavor and soft texture of the tofu is so combined with the spiciness that he can literally feel his tongue starting to burn. But he can't stop. It's like a deadly poison is burning his insides. That he's the Poison King, resistant to all kinds of poison. That level of cuteness is nothing to him. He's invulnerable. The man tried with all his might to fight this sharpness. He said it was pretty good, but nothing special. There's one last piece left. Then he put that piece in his mouth. There was silence after that. Then the man literally blushed at the cuteness. His insensitivity was broken by this dish. It was so delicious that it was like he had an explosion of sensation. He has to admit, he's a really good cook. That was really good. Jongwon thanked him. It was an honor to cook for him. It's like he turns into another person while cooking ... How she hates it. If he could please him, he would have to fulfill one of his wishes. But let him take his time and think carefully. It doesn't matter what it's going to be. Money, stuff ... or even a living person. He apologized and said he would leave his dear Hansam hungry today. A few days later, on the eve of his birthday, Jongwon was thinking about what to ask the king. Maybe help promote the tavern, or ask for money, something of value. Okay, at least the party is tonight, and soon he can go back to his tavern and get down to business. At that moment, a girl appeared, leaning over. She asked what he was doing here alone. Jongwon said he just wanted to sit and think about his own. At least let him pretend to listen to him. She just wanted to see how the holiday preparations were going. Would he go with her if he wasn't busy? They even invited a celebrity chef, so famous that he was invited by the Tang clan itself. Now that's interesting. Maybe he can learn from his experience for his business. Then he should hurry up, or there's no telling when it'll be over. It's strange why she suddenly decided to take care of him. The girl said that food tastes best when you taste it while it's cooking. The main kitchen of the Tang clan. At that moment, some man asked Jongwon to let him pass. Let them just look at it. Isn't this heaven? Jongwon was very surprised that there were so many cooks here, but with the feast coming up tonight, it was important for everyone to work together to get here on time. Yen said everything looked appetizing, asking to give it a try, but she'd better wait. Len Yang, tender lamb meat stewed with spices and vegetables. In addition, It is one of the most expensive and rare dishes because lamb is not often found in these places. Cooking lamb is not easy, but it looks very appetizing. But why be so petty? She wanted a piece, but the dish wasn't ready yet. Ru Jianwan wondered who the famous chef was. At that moment some man came in and started yelling who the hell was making a ruckus in the kitchen. It was Chef Zhang Sam who saw Madame Tang and asked what brought her here. She said it was no big deal. She just came to see how the training was going. This guy is very interested in his cuisine. Jianwan introduced himself and said it was nice to meet him. He owns a hotel and a restaurant. The man asked if the inn was somewhere in Kaban, the capital of the Song dynasty. He was referring to one of the hotels included in the list of the 70 best hotels in the capital. The protagonist said he had a small hotel in Stmwoken. He had traveled all corners of the Midlands as a cook and had gotten to the point where he was talking to the owner of a potential diner. Ru Jianwan didn't understand what he was saying. He may not know, but this cook serves the imperial family. He is a disciple of Darenuska Gong, the third rank of imperial cook. This title is passed down from generation to generation. Either way, she doesn't like his tone. Jianwan said it was fine. Let him keep his temper. For some reason, he was reminded of his past life at that moment. It seems that someone who is good at cooking is always heavy in temperament. Since he's here, let him watch if he's interested, but don't let him get in the way. If he wants something, he can ask questions. I wish he knew how to ask them. Jianwan didn't understand, for he wasn't in his kitchen himself. Yen Yen asked what it was. She had never seen such a thing. The hero came over and said, "It's called sesu. This dish uses live crab in its preparation. This is the first time he has seen it served in a crab shell. The dish is made from crab meat, previously removed from the shell and seasoned to taste. The ease of preparation explains why it is often said to be served before the hands are washed, hence its name. A good dish first pleases the eye and the mouth. When you look at it, it is clear that the chef is very skillful." A man heard it and said, "Not bad for a country simpleton. Where did he hear about this dish?" Ru Jianwan said that unfortunately, however, this dish can't be served. The man, of course, didn't understand why. Jianwan asked Madam if she could see those black spots. It loses its freshness very quickly and the tyrosine in the meat oxidizes, causing black spots to appear. If you eat it immediately after cooking, there is nothing wrong with it, but it is not suitable for dishes without heat treatment. He thinks there will be stomach problems if he eats it. If someone tasted it, they might get poisoned. It seems that in all the commotion, the cook didn't pay attention. At this moment the man, of course, became furious. He knocked the dish out of the guy's hands and asked how that stupid soliloquy dared to judge his cooking. At this hint, Jianwan sensed some kind of odor. How dare he even dare to insult him and his teacher? Let him know his place, that asshole. He will not overlook such rude behavior. Jianwan was sure he wasn't mistaken. The cook had used vinegar and herbs to mask the smell of meat. Jianwan asked if he thought no one noticed how he tried to cover up the stale meat. At that moment, someone came in and ordered everyone to be quiet. It was Yun Yian's father who asked what was going on here. Chef said, "It's good that elder is here." This country bumpkin threw away his dish, causing them to might not be able to prepare everything in time for the feast. What's more, he insulted him and his teacher. He can't hold back any longer. He asked Ru Jianwan if it was true. If Mr. Zhang was an authority, he couldn't let this matter go unheeded. Jianwan said that there are many cooks in this world. Among them are those whose skills are not yet high enough due to lack of experience. However, there are those who do not recognize this due to their arrogance. Similarly, there are many kinds of cuisine, but the worst of them is the one who is dishonest in his craft. One who is dishonest in his cooking. The man was surprised, for the lad was far more ambitious than he had thought. Since their versions are different, there is a solution. Conflicts occurring in the Tang domains are resolved by engaging in competitions or sparring between martial artists. The essence is to compete against each other in order to determine the strongest. And considering there's a feast tonight and they're both into cooking, why don't they battle it out on the culinary field and bring out the best? The man started to say that he was Huan Gong's disciple and didn't seriously want him to compete with this country bumpkin. Don't let him worrying about losing his reputation. The man they call a country bumpkin isn't that simple. This is the representative of the Chego clan at today's feast. Even though he is Huan Gong's disciple, the reputation of the Chego clan is no lower. So, the loser swears never to cook again, It will be a worthy match between worthy cooks. Kostya, who has been invited to tonight's feast, will soon start gathering in the backyard, so he'll give them a chance to pick a winner. Ru Changwon wouldn't lie down. He needs to risk his career as a chef for some kind of competition. So, the theme of their competition is a dish as a decoration for the Tang clan's feast. He wishes them both good luck. In fact, the guy was fine with it. In that instant, the man was addressing everyone. He was very grateful that they had all come here on this day to personally congratulate his father and celebrate his birthday. But the elder was very bored, and he thought it would be better to collect poisonous bugs. He doesn't care. He's about to die. And, as he said, he wants to introduce them to 2 chefs who will delight them with their culinary skills. And famous in all of China is the one who organized all of today's preparations, a disciple of the great Huan Gong, Imperial Chef Zhang Sam. So, is this a dish served to the emperor himself, or what? Such a rare delicacy, no wonder the Tang clan invited him. And the second is the official representative of the Chegel clan, an equally skillful cook, Ru Zhongwan. The elder didn't understand why he needed so many knives. So, the topic of today's cooking competition is the Tang clan's feast centerpieces, a contest of ambition and reputation. Zhongwan looked at his opponent carefully. The man motioned for them to proceed. Yan asks Yan if he really wants to cook because of that. Ru Zhongwan said yes, but started to say that he had used it before. He said sure, but not in this life. Everyone couldn't figure out what it was. The main ingredient in today's dish is fugu fish. This species is found in China and Korea, and its flavor reaches its peak in the spring, during the spawning season. Everyone couldn't figure out what it was. The man started to ask, is he really going to cook it? Does he want to poison all the guests, or what? In that instant, the man also concentrated, and his expression changed. In ancient China, this fish was also known as haidon, water pig. Despite its dangerous poison, it was prized by many gourmets for its rich, full of life flavor. However, due to the lack of knowledge about the preparation of this fish, everything was based on personal experience. Because of this, deaths have been known to occur due to improper processing methods, such as trying to neutralize the poison by boiling in water. Zhongwan asked for a bone knife. First, you need to cut the spine at the back of the neck to let all the blood out. The cut should not be too deep, but not too shallow either, otherwise the intestinal vapors will get into the meat and the blood will not come out completely. He said that blood is also poisonous. Let the lady be careful. If you put the fish in clean water, it will help get rid of the blood residue. A man thinks he must taste this fish himself to prove his prowess. Let its flavor be said to be divine. Chanwan then asked for a shock knife. Girl Fury was surprised. Did he think she was his servant here or something? Then Jianwan asked for sandal again. The girl gave him the knife though. Choosing the right knife is important for every step of cooking as well as safety. Jianwan asked for a light knife as well as a slicing knife. We need to remove all the inedible parts, such as liver, eyes, ovaries and so on. The elder wondered what the woe was going to do. Don't let him worry. He's not in any danger. The man said he wasn't worried yet, and tasted his dish for starters. The imperial dish he learned from his teacher, Grand Master Huan Gong, the same secret dish that he prepared personally for the emperor. Everyone started asking what the dish was called. The pleasure of this dish brought tears to the emperor's eyes. The legendary Hujui Guru, a dish made of pork and vegetables, is very similar to Korean jeyuk roast. The man said it was very good, but could this dish be the centerpiece of the Tang clan's table? If the emperor is the ruler of China, then here in Sichuan is the ruler of the martial arts, the Poison King. And a dish worthy of the emperor is clearly worthy of the Poison King's birthday as well. In other words, it is just the right dish to decorate the Tang clan's table. Isn't it? What will the Poison King say? But he didn't even touch it. He said it wasn't a matter of taste at all. It was just that the elder disgusted him with his brazen lies. The man asked the guy what it meant. Pork, the main ingredient of huiguoro, was not served on the table in the imperial palace. But even this fact was enough to realize that he knew nothing about imperial cuisine, let alone the title of Huan Gong's disciple. What the hell is he talking about? Did he say he was lying? Did he serve them such dirty meat, or what? In contrast to modern times, in ancient times pigs were considered dirty animals, so pork was not perceived as a quality product and was widely used only among the poor. That's why these days, almost all of them ... these are the ones who have no right to live. The man didn't understand what have no right to live meant. How did he get to this point? He was born in one of 1,000 villages to a poor family. His parents couldn't afford his education, plus he wasn't strong enough to practice martial arts. Although pork was considered a heavy meat, it was rarely cooked, but he liked it very much and it was his favorite food. He said it was very tasty, just like Huang Gong's, and asked if it was her. The only thing he could do was cooking. Science and martial arts were off limits to him, but the problem was that he had no connections. He couldn't even get a job as a janitor in a small restaurant. However, he was saved by an obvious lie that, against all odds, he himself believed. The man began to say that he had learned to cook under Huang Gong's way. The guy apologized and said he didn't know. Despite the fact that many suspected him of cheating, he never shirked responsibility for a second. Some girl said that he was in charge of preparing an event in the city center, and he heard that he had strong Guangxi. The emperor called him a genius. However, he never became a disciple of the great master. He only dreamed of becoming daring Sukshu. He never thought that he would die like this from the poison of a king, someone who stands above the martial artists of Sichuan. The man said he couldn't take it anymore. In that instant, the man was waiting for his death and had already accepted it. He told Ru Jiangwan to hurry up and finish already. He wants to try his dish. Zhang Sam couldn't understand what had started to happen. Ru Jiangwan said that of course he had already waited to lawn and introduced today's dish. The freshest cut of fugu fish is sashimi. That was so good, but raw fugu is dangerous. A fish fillet flour on a plate ... So that's the poisonous Haidon. That was just unbelievable. Zhang Wan said that's right. That's exactly the dish. Tang Hua Yupian, the symbol of the legendary Tang clan, flowers made of fish fillets. The symbol of a legendary clan. Zhang Wan wished him a pleasant appetite. Someone heard that fugu has no antidote. Can it be eaten raw? Are you sure? But will it be okay, or what? Try it first, then you can tell me ... Everyone laughed and said that he wasn't susceptible to poison, after all, so let him try it. At this point he started coughing. He said he didn't taste it. He can't take any chances. But it turned out he was just enjoying the food the whole time. Some man said he couldn't take it anymore. This beautiful dish is worth the risk of your life. Ru Jiangwan said not to worry. If they run out, he'll still bring this unusual dish for them. A totally unfamiliar recipe. Light, enveloping ... It's all about because of the poison in the fish meat. It's a wonderful culinary art. That deep flavor, how did he get it? Perfect texture is the result of his mastery of the knife. Fibrous, yet very tender meat. It was much more than just food to them. It's something that shatters the boundaries of human consciousness, exploding the flavor of bright redness. Their receptors really exploded. They started asking each other if they could see it and what it was. The man said it wasn't surprising. The man hadn't seen one of those in a long time. At this moment, something resembling a dragon could be observed. They couldn't understand why he had come to Ru Jiangwan. The guy didn't understand what was going on either. It was interesting. You could even spot a cooking dragon. Jiangwan couldn't understand why he was scared. So now he had a new nickname. So, the winner of this contest of truth is ... A cooking dragon, a member of the Chegel clan, Jiangwan. The elder said that this beautiful dish turned out to be poisonous. Would not happen at all. How dare he insult them by calling himself a disciple of a legendary man? Let him admit that he's just a talentless fraud. At that moment, he gave an order to Han Sum. Looks like he's finally going to eat today. The man began begging not to be touched or killed. At this moment, the full hero began to stop the elder. He stood right in front of the man and began to recover the toad. The girl didn't understand what the idiot was doing and asked him to be more careful. Zhang began to beg to be listened to. They promised to grant him one wish. Of course, he remembered what was what. Ru Jiangwan then asked to be forgiven. It was too early for him to die. Zhang thanked the gentleman and said it was a good contest. Of course, the man was very much surprised. Zhang said before he left, let him allow him to ask him one question. Let him tell him how he even earned a connection with the Chegel clan in the first place. His cooking deserves more, but if you consider his face or character, he's no more at all. Because he's just a regular country boy who does whatever it takes to make money. Did he save up for a bribe or something? Full of ninko, what wouldn't say? Doth a bowl of noodles can be considered a bribe? The man wondered how Guangxi with Patriarch Chegel could be expressed through a bowl of noodles. Is this guy serious? Jiangwan said he doesn't know much about life, but isn't a bowl of delicious food enough to make a person happy? Zhang was finally confused and couldn't understand what this was even about. He remembered telling his mom he had thought of something. He said he wanted to be a famous chef, would succeed and make a lot of money for them. She said he did well, because making money is good, but a real good chef should strive for something more. He asked exactly what was meant. A good cook should be able to warm the soul of both himself and his visitors with his cooking. He was very much surprised at these words and said she was right. The man apologized for talking. Now he understood why his mom was happy and always smiling no matter what. The full hero couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Let him stop crying. The man asked him to do him a favor. He lost the contest, knows he has to put the knife away, but he'd like to offer to cook if he's okay with that when he finds a new place. Ru Jianwan thought about the fact that he wanted to ask him that himself. He thanked him and called him the Dragon of Cooking. Now he's going to change places and cook. To make people and himself happy, Ru Jianwan is confident that he is a good person and he will succeed. That dish he made, there is a saying, there is no person in Sichuan who does not know how to make huigao. In the future, this dish will become a favorite household treat of the residents, representing the whole province. Jianwan expressed that it had been a hard day and he could finally relax. Now, by the way, it seems to him that there is no place better than Sichuan. The scenery here is beautiful and there are few people. You don't have to worry about the shocks because she gets over them all. He doesn't even know her name. Jianwan decided to ask what her name was. At this point she stopped talking and turned to him. Jianwan couldn't understand why she was suddenly silent. The girl said her name was Ga Yu. She thanked him for being the first of the Chegel clan to ask her name. She thought he was just a pervert, but he turned out to be a kind pervert. Jianwan stretched at this moment. He said it was already time to go back to the hotel and promised to make her noodles when he got back. At this moment, Yan Yan appeared and asked what he was doing here. Jianwan didn't realize she was hungry again. He replied that he wasn't doing anything, just resting. But now was not the time to rest. He asked if she was hungry. She started crying and asked him to help, saying her daddy had poisoned himself with hadden. But Jianwan knew it couldn't be. She just repeated everything as he explained it to her. He told her to watch his actions carefully. The girl asked if he knew which parts of the hadam were poisonous, for it depended on its species. As a general rule, you should avoid blood, gills, eyeballs and intestines, especially liver, because they are also poisonous. A knife can get into the poison when cutting each piece, so it's important to keep them and your cutting board clean. The girl asked in surprise what it was. It looked interesting. Jianwan explained that it is the same hadon, a non-poisonous edible part of the fish that can be cooked in various ways, such as grilled or simply fried. If the fish is very fresh, it can be eaten raw. The girl asked if it was definitely edible. Jianwan replied that it was. Because of its flavor and softness, these parts of the fish are even nicknamed breasts. This piece is not very big, so it is better not to serve it. It turns out, if she's covered enough with experience, she succeed just like him. Jianwan said confidently. At least, he's sure she's superior to many cooks as it is. She's familiar with it firsthand, but she needs to remember to be very careful. Finding himself in such a situation, Jianwan realized that he should have been more careful. When she told daddy what he taught her, he said he wanted to try it. Ru Jianwan asked where Mr. Tan was now. That they're not testes, they're ovaries, they're deadly poisonous. Jianwan said this part is very dangerous. That they were similar in shape and location, and her father might die because of it. Damn it, with a lack of experience, it's easy to make mistakes. It's his fault for not explaining it properly. Ru Jianwan asked how long it had been since the gentleman had eaten it. He was at the table at about 2. 4 hours had already passed and they needed to hurry. She asked him to tell her that he would be able to save him. After all, he did save Sister Chan. Unfortunately, even after 1,000 years, mankind still hasn't come up with an antidote to the poison of fugu fish. Ru Jianwan asked Ga Yun if she would take care of Madam, but there was something they could try. The girl said they came. Ru Jianwan was surprised that they were in a cave. The lady was asked why she was here. She said her daddy is sitting inside. We need to go faster. But she was informed that outsiders were not allowed to enter. They apologized but couldn't let him inside. The man said he couldn't violate the rules of the restricted area, but they didn't have time. At that moment he turned around and the girl was ready to hit him. After that, she actually hit him. Then she knocked out the second guard as well. The code of family rules meant nothing if there was no head. The girl said to go ahead before it was too late. At this point, the man was sitting inside the cave. He was saying that it had been an eternity. At that moment, he recognized Ru Jiangwan. Ru Jiangwan had no idea that it was poison. The man said that something didn't look good. Ru Jiangwan couldn't tell if he was trying to get the poison out with his chest. The girl started apologizing, crying and saying it was her fault. Exhaustion, cyanosis, muscle spasms. The poisoning was worse than he thought. The man asked that the girl not blame herself. It was his fault that he hadn't found a cure yet. Apparently, his technique is ineffective. There's not a minute to lose. Damn, he's dangerous. He doesn't even know what to do. Ru Jiangwan asked if Gaiyun had something. She immediately gave it to him. The girl started to ask him what it was. Full Blood said it was the root of a flower, aconite from the island of Kusoshima. The man wondered what it was for. That flower was very dangerous and poisonous. Why did he need it? Full Hero said it right. Aconite venom has no equal. Idaka Seidoku take out the poison by using poison, wedge by wedge. It sounds very absurd, because it's poison. However, there are cases that go beyond that, such as with fugu poison and aconite. Fugu venom tetrodotoxin works as follows. It permanently blocks sodium channels in the body, paralyzes the fish's muscles, causes respiratory arrest and death. Aconitine, found in aconite, has the same effect on living organisms. However, its mechanisms of action are opposite. It increases the permeability of channels, which causes irritation. Long-term poisoning with both poisons simultaneously will lead to paralysis and respiratory arrest. The death can be delayed by counteracting the mechanisms of the poisons. Whatever they do, it will result in the death of whoever takes both poisons anyway. But that's in the normal case. The normality of this world is diametrically opposed to what it was in his past life. Due to cultivation, martial artists' gates are open much wider than those of ordinary people, so they are much more susceptible to external stimuli. Take long friction, for example. However, he has no idea what will happen when Mr. Jiwon takes the second poison. It was clear to him that this was a mistake. So was he asking him to take another poison, or what? Ru Jiangwan realized that if he didn't do anything, that person would definitely die. So strange, he'd never heard of it. He won't ask him. So at this point he turned to his daughter. He asked if she trusted the guy. At that moment, the girl looked up at him. She said she absolutely trusted him. Since that's what his daughter says, he'll believe her. At this point she began to look at him. Then something was happening to him. The girl started telling the owner that something was wrong. The man then began to scream very loudly. The girl immediately started running toward him. The man was clearly unbearable pain at this moment. Ru Jiangwan tried to observe all of this. He realized it was a failure. Let them find that witch, Yun Seal Hua, at any cost. If he finds out one of the townspeople is hiding her in their place, let him kill her without a second thought. She will pay for betraying a heavenly demon. However, let them mean it. If they don't want to get under her control, let them not dare to oppose her strongest technique, past in 10 souls. At this point, someone was apologizing to the main character. His father had told him that he had hoped in vain that they could hide forever. Let him listen to him. No matter what he sees or hears, no matter what he is told, no matter how confused he gets along the way, let him remember to never think badly of his mom. Their unloved mom. She gave up everything for her family. Just then he was found, and the father asked his son to just stay awake. Just at that moment, right in front of the kid, Dad was killed. At that moment, the girl hit Ru Jiangwan and said that he woke up. Let him wake up now. Ru Jiangwan realized that it was all over. He started apologizing to her and saying that he was honestly trying to save him. She started calling him a stupid fool and an idiot. She was so worried about him at this moment. Wei Veg asked where the master was. She said, not to worry. It came out because of him. Ru Jiangwan started to say to the gentleman for getting things resolved. That's when night fell. The man said that these young people are not ashamed of anything at all, and what goes on in their world at all. Childhood told him that it was better to let him pretend he didn't see anything. And it seems he lost a bet with Qian. He bet him on marriage, and who has no shame here. I wonder how many people in all the Midlands are worthy of dragon cancer. He's afraid he can't win the bet, but maybe we can even the score, and then everything will be fine. The next day, Ru Jiangwan said he seemed to have it all together. He had prepared food and other supplies. He thought he was ready to leave. By the way, no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't figure out what he dreamed while he was out after all. And it was too real to be a dream. Strangely, there was no such thing in this man's memory. It was the same last time. He doesn't know anything. It's a silly business. There are so many tiresome thoughts lately. He needs to do something. cook some meal, for example, have him get the taurine in here faster. Well, at least he'll be back to his normal life soon. At this point, the girl was asking where he was going to take the man who needed a vacation. He had just come to deliver a letter from the master. Ru Jiangwan was surprised to the extreme and paid attention. The servant said it was their carriage. Let him leave here and come back in a month or never. Ru Jiangwan walked over and asked what was going on here. She said it was no big deal and asked what he was up for. He came out. Let him run to rest. The man said he had just the message for him. A letter from the patriarch of the Chegul clan. Ru Jiangwan was surprised that there was a letter for him. First, I would like to thank him for representing their family at events in Sichuan. He hastens to tell you that the ceremony is almost ready. With the letter, give him a formal invitation to the ceremony. Ru Jiangwan had completely forgotten about the fraternal oath ceremony prepared by the patriarch himself. Well, in fact, everything is prepared for his convenience. The carriage. Ru Jiangwan was glad that he was finally back to his beautiful and normal, almost ordinary life. The girl seemed like he still hadn't rested. What was the rush? Ru Jiangwan thought he had time at all. He had already promised Mr. Qian one. Well, then let him decide what he's going to do. She took offense and left. Ru Jiangwan couldn't understand why she was so angry today. And the man asked to let him know when he was ready. The girl said it was too late. Why are they in such a hurry to get married? Is Zheng really that pretty? At this point in time, elsewhere, Zheng was just eating at that moment. She drew Ru Jiangwan and thought about the topic, like his nose was a little sharper. It was so long ago, she can't remember. She hopes he's doing well there. At that moment, she was thinking about something. She remembered that he definitely had a sharper, more masculine nose. He's much more masculine. She finally finished it and also thought it really looked like him. At this point, someone came in and asked her what she was doing here. Chun was not expecting such a visit and asked why she was here. The girl asked what she had there. Let her show her. She started to say it was no big deal and asked why she was here so late. A messenger from the Tang clan had arrived. It was about the pervert she had to know. The girl immediately jumped up and asked if it was true and asked to see it. The servant asked what it said. The Lord has demonstrated his superior culinary skills on more than one occasion, earning the respect of the king of poison and feasting. At his birthday party, he was honored with the title of Dragon of Cooking for his services, and also saved the patriarch of the Tang clan whose life was in danger. The servant said that he was a very useful pervert, but if he saved the life of the Tang clan's patriarch ... single quotes. It turns out that he ... Chun immediately realized what she was talking about and asked why she reminded her. It was just first aid. A man saved by a pervert. The girl understood immediately. It was Mr. Jiwoo. Well, that's just the method of treatment. So mysterious and dirty was this guy. The girl then fainted and they started asking her what was wrong with her when she woke up. The men ask what's up with Chun. He checks on her every day, but it seems to be getting worse. How he thinks the wedding will go off without a problem, but it's hard to say for sure. Her symptoms intensify whenever she experiences strong emotions. They were sleeping now, but it's unclear why. It seemed to them that the man immediately interrupted and said that there was no need to pick up words. It was some kind of ear-splitting secret. It must be the energy of the North Sea door. And his wife, his mother with them was the same. Jiangwan will be here soon. He hopes the ceremony goes smoothly. Ru Jiangwan said he hoped they could still meet Mr. Jiwoo. The man asked what it was he was talking about with such a serious face. He saved his life, and now he is a welcome guest of the Tang clan. Not happy to receive him at any time and make him comfortable. When he gets here, tell him to say hi to Qian. Ru Jiangwan was surprised that he was welcome. Is this how they express gratitude in ancient China, or what? The man asked. Or is he red? In that case, we don't go. And he had completely changed in his eyes. The fact that he became a cooking dragon is just the beginning. Let him believe him. He still has a long way to go. He'll become powerful enough to have at least 3 wives. He thinks of him. Both know that Yun Yan is faking it. And it's already clear to everyone that she's head over heels in love. It's too obvious. I would only Ru Jiangwan would be willing to accept. I left. He won't make her a concubine, namely a wife, so that the dispute would end in a draw, and they could finally marry the girl off. Ru Jiangwan could observe this entire atmosphere. He doesn't know what they're gobbling up in there, but he's glad he chose her. By the way, they say, he didn't even say goodbye to Miss Yonyan. Ru Jiangwan tried, but she hasn't been herself for the past few days. She constantly avoided him, didn't want to talk to him. He couldn't even say hello to her. Besides, he almost got Mr. Tang killed when Yen Yen made him fugu. I'm sure she's upset. So instead of converting, we got a culinary gift. By the way, he seems to have coked. Let him give it here sooner rather than later. At the same time in the Tang clan's estate, the girl couldn't believe that Ru Changwan had already left. Why didn't he even say goodbye? The man motioned for his daughter to sit down. She said she wasn't hungry, but then she told him that Ru Jiangwan made this dish for her. Instead of saying goodbye, he did something far more meaningful. The girl didn't realize what it was. It was a bowl of river eel. The girl asked what it was. Ru Jiangwan said, it's a dish and cheese of fish called manlia. It's the one that looks like a snake, or how she didn't know it was so delicious. Historically, it is known that eel was not as widespread during the Edo period, and even though the venom of eels is not comparable to that of fugu, it is still poisonous. That's why eels are usually kept in the creator's pond in the pantry, next to other foods. People were reluctant to eat eel because of its snake-like appearance, slime, and its jerky movement, which made it difficult to cook. If not cooked properly, however, it can be poisoned by the thiotoxin contained in its blood and mucus. The poison is not fatal, but nevertheless causes unpleasant effects such as vomiting, inflammation of tissues and bloody stools. It was therefore generally not used for food. However, in the era that overcame this problem, people gained the necessary knowledge and experience of craftsmanship to bring out the rich flavor and unpleasantly tender texture of fish meat, incomparable to that of any other fish. The servant said it was very tasty, but he didn't cook it for flavor. In this case, the real reason is not so easy to put into words. At that moment, some sort of glow appeared in the sky. The man said it was really good. The guy really is a dragon. I've never had such delicious fish before. The girl didn't realize whether it was a farewell dinner or what. The man turned to her. She asked what was wrong. He knows the guy less than she does, but it's obvious even to him that he's able to tell a story through his possession that no bards or writers can tell. Eel has lived in Riga all his life. When the time comes, he goes to sea. But as if on a promise, he always returns to where he left. Some kind of fish. Ru Jiangwan in this dish leaves them hoping for their return. That's why you should try it. She started to try it, but at the same moment she called the guy names. But even so, it's too much. It was good for her. Ru Changwan continued on his way. Sometimes there are things that are almost impossible to explain in words. Also, eel is good for male strength. It's really hard to explain in words. The man was telling the guide that if he wanted to rest, let him say so, and they'd take a break and have a bite to eat. Ru Jiangwan said, okay. He'll report back. He was shy to ask what kind of ceremony Mr. Qian was preparing. The man said, what a wedding. Ru Jiangwan said he would have understood. And after that, a realization came to him. He couldn't understand how it was a wedding. And they continued on their way. Ru Jiangwan didn't believe that it could be. According entirely, agreed the servant. The Go hero didn't believe that he would become one of the Chegel clan. And the girl at this point was worried that they were out of buns. But if you seriously think about it, everything was going wrong. Everything that was happening to him, he couldn't get his head around it. Why is everyone looking at him like that? The pieces of the puzzle he couldn't put together today. Now things were beginning to take shape. Warriors, as Mr. Qian offered to become part of their family. He wanted him to be his son, not his brother. It was already night. The complete hero realized he was a fool. What an idiot he was. Why did things turn out the way they did? After being reborn as Ru Changwan here in ancient China, he didn't have much hope for the future. He was frankly lucky to be reborn. He couldn't have dreamed of becoming a martial artist. Besides, that he had come back so far, all his knowledge was useless here. He didn't even had any options to get rich. So he decided to become a cook, because in his previous life he knew nothing but how to cook. He didn't think about becoming the best cook in the Midlands. All I had was one tiny little wish, for having an affair with an ancient Chinese beauty. The girl said, wow, tiny life. Ru Jiangwan told her to stop interfering. He was already desperate. He'd had enough of being a loser for one lifetime. But instead of a hottie, he met it. She said something about her lips. She crushed him with her lips, and then he was crushed to death. Ru Jiangwan said to get someone to help him. But the hero realized that he couldn't stay like this. He couldn't take a second life either. He needed to escape. At this point he was informed that they had arrived. He and the hero opened the door at that moment. They arrived at the Chegel clan's estate. Everyone finally got to see him, and was glad he had come. Someone asked, is this the same Jiangwan? That they were told that he was actually Mr. Renown. Everyone greeted him. The cooking dragon had arrived at Mount Fulong. He was late. He thought they had already arrived. Steam was welcomed at this point. Have him please follow her. She will escort him to the guest house. Jong-won started to get worried. He asked if it was always like this in their family. The man laughed and said that of course not. Everyone in the house was looking forward to this day and preparing for it with special trepidation, from the servants and their wives to the maids and children, even the elders of the family. After all, today is Mrs. Jen's wedding day for them all. It's a very important day. Moreover, he didn't just become her fiancé, but saved her life, and they are all very grateful. They were honored to meet him. At that moment, Ga-yoon saw her friend. She asked how their pervert was doing. She said she didn't even have to ask, she'd never grow up. She told her to come with her, for she had a request to make. Jeong-won would like to say it's just a misunderstanding, but then he'd be eaten to death here. Now he didn't feel like a cow being led to slaughter. He missed the beauties of the Midlands. At that moment again, someone said that he had finally arrived, and both of them greeted the girl. The main character, of course, was lost and frustrated. He thought about what he hated about Murim, his tiny dream so far away, but at this point he couldn't tell if it was a dream. His dream floated like a. Jeong-won saw Jeng and realized that she was just beautiful. She turned to him, but at that moment he took her hand. It was a man who called him son and said he was finally back. He'll show her to the guest room. He could use the rest. Here he has arrived. Now all that's left is the ceremony. Does she know? It seems to be too cold here, even though it seems to be out of season. Is he sure? Let him be careful. This is where the ceremony begins. Young mistress. I wonder if her face has changed so much because she's controlling her diet, or something else. Though even if that's the case, it's not too weird. Understandably, there is still much in this world he is still unfamiliar with. Maybe because of her martial arts training, she had opened the inner gate. Now she could deal with poisons and diseases even without medicine. Or maybe cooking has a lot more power in this world than he thought. A girl came in and asked him what he was doing. Jong-won asked what she was doing here. She has a commission from the patriarch. Let him take it. And he asked her what it was. She didn't know and said she was going to bed. He has something very important to discuss with him. Let him come instead of what she had marked on that map. The protagonist was surprised that it was so late. It was already night. The girl stood looking at the portraits of her lover. Sounds like she needs to spend more time drawing. In reality, he's much more masculine. Come to think of it, they didn't even say hello properly. We should definitely go see him tomorrow. At least I'd love to meet him right now, but he's probably tired. At that moment, someone was standing outside. It was Ru Jong-won, and he decided that it was right. Was it around here or what? And what did he want to talk about at this late hour? Just then the girl opened the door and they didn't see each other. Jong-won didn't understand why she was here. He was following the map exactly. The girl looked at her drawing at this point. At this point, screams could be heard. Everyone immediately began to worrying about mistress. But let him take it easy and not make a fuss. But the show is visible coming from the mistress house. It was an order from the patriarch not to interfere, no matter what happened. The girl was surprised that it was Jong-won. Why did he come so late? Had he passed or had something happened to her? And what was that thing in her hands? It looked like a painting. The girl didn't realize if he'd seen everything. She started to get worried and said it was no big deal. She just draws for fun sometimes. The hero starts asking if she's sure she's okay. She looks to worry. Is she sure it's not another attack? She should always watch her diet. Even if there are no symptoms. If you suddenly get a fever or have trouble breathing, have her tell him right away. He hadn't changed a bit. He still had the same warm hands and loving heart. Ru Jeong-won was glad that she was better. That's why he was so good at cooking. And he's so brave, deciding to hide from everyone at night and come to her. Maybe she's overreacting, but still, went to her and called her dear. Jong-won said they haven't gotten married yet. What a lovely smell. So softly enveloping the entire consciousness. It's definitely not perfume or flowers. So sweet. Cold. Jong-won didn't understand what cold meant. At that moment, ice spread throughout the room. Jong-won told her to stick behind him. He would shut her down. But at that moment, it was as if the mistress was already out of this world. Ru Jeong-won couldn't understand what was going on, but he wondered that the girl seemed to have lost consciousness. He didn't understand what was happening and asked for the girl to wake up. At this point he began to worry. After that, he paid attention to something. Then the ice spread faster and faster. When the man wanted to intervene, the other reminded him that the patriarch had given orders not to interfere. At this point the patriarch himself appeared and said, "They had had enough. Let them go. He'll deal with it himself." The man had been waiting for this, but didn't think it would be this bad. Doesn't know what to do now. The man at this point began to turn to someone and say that if only she were here, they could help them. At this point, the ice began to crack. And at that moment, he could see that the main character had his back to the girl. The man was quite surprised, and Jongwon was unconscious. The man immediately took the girl in his arms and started lifting the guy up. The protagonist was surprised to see the elder in front of him. He said, "Thank God the kid's okay." Jongwon asked what had happened to the girl. The man replied that she needed a little time to recover, but otherwise she was fine. It's not the first time something like this has happened, but it's never been this serious. Jongwon didn't understand what he meant, so it's related to her illness. He thinks they should postpone the wedding. The protagonist asked if he was sure. At that moment, someone was wondering something. Jongwon didn't understand what Beihai's palace meant. The man apologized for not warning him in advance, not thinking things wouldn't go according to plan. Jongwon's mother was from Beihai, his wife from the north, and she had blue eyes. He thought she came from one of the local provinces close to the center. This ice palace is one of the largest martial arts sects in the Midlands, located in the north, and their main goal is to conquer all the masters of Mura. Asked if all Beihai descendants get these symptoms. The man didn't know. All ties to them had been severed long ago. He had so many questions, but he was afraid to ask them because he wouldn't be able to get the answers. Jongwon said he understood and noticed that the man looked so lonely and sad. These attacks began shortly after he healed her. Every time she feels strong emotions or uses internal energy, her condition worsens. This time the seizure happened because he came to her room, but he was following the chart. The man said he drew this map on purpose to see if they could be together. The protagonist thought it was a pretty good plan. Still, they should reschedule the wedding if he doesn't know how to team up with his daughter. He has no idea what could happen. The protagonist didn't realize what he was thinking. The guy asked if there was any solution, but they had a couple options. But first, they need to do something. They need to let the guests know everything, and they will be disappointed to cancel the wedding. Let him rest today. He had a hard day. The beau disagreed and said they would meet tomorrow morning. He then told the guy that he owed him a debt of gratitude. The man said nothing and wished him good night. But to himself he thanked him, and added that he certainly had mixed feelings. But he's the first one she feels needed. The first one who's given her a shoulder to lean on. It was already morning. Jongwon said his whole body ached and why he got such a weakling. You can still feel the cold in every cell. Thank goodness it's at least out. How he misses a hot bath or a warm fire, but at this point he didn't realize why it was so warm. Then he opened his eyes. In a moment, he saw a huge fire in front of him. The man was burning things at this point. The man said it better be a fire by now. The ceremony was cancelled without explanation. Come to think of it, all the guests were really looking forward to it. Must be disappointed. Since mistress is fine now, I'm sure he's not the problem. The girl will agree. And the pervert is definitely normal. Usually marriages are quickly destroyed because of the male problem. Leon didn't think. Jongwon didn't understand how to discuss it. He only hears that, but you can tell by the guy that he's not doing well with the girls. Why are they discussing it in front of him? So Mr. Ru can't be a real man. Jongwon said, it's not like that. Surprised to say they didn't notice him, but it's not like he never thought about it. Forget it. He never had a life. He didn't even get a chance to sleep with a girl anymore. He can't even say with certainty that there is no problem. The man apologized and said he hoped they would understand him. There won't be a ceremony. But why cancel all of a sudden? He said the ceremony has not been cancelled. They are rescheduling it indefinitely. He will send him an invoice for the invitation letting him know the date. He hopes for their kindness and understanding and wants to thank the guests who are here. As a small compensation, they offer them a meal prepared for the ceremony. So how could they refuse such a kind gentleman? After all, treats are an important part of the feast, aren't they? But nothing else was expected from the Chegel clan. Jongwon couldn't understand, or he was crazy to talk like that. Is this the guy from the Sama clan? Jongwon was interested in this. He's still trying to placate the crowd with pretty words, but he can't apologize properly. The patriarch immediately recognized and said he was here too. The eldest son of the Sama clan, Sama Gel, said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and called the man Old Man Chegel. As a kid, That creep abused the missus. Jongwon asked. Seriously, let her believe her, he's really bad. Chun called out to the boys, and he asked if he could play with them. Jel herself wondered who it was they had here. Doesn't she remember she's not welcome here? He is about to take the most beautiful girl in the Midlands as his wife. Does she understand him? At that moment the servants appear and drove them away, telling the lady not to listen to them. She didn't like him from the start. The main character didn't realize how old he even was. Chegolan Sama. It's still like that after hundreds of years. Let him listen to him. Why doesn't he apologize sincerely? Genuinely. But he knows. Kneel there. All that. The patriarch told the guy what he thought. And he was familiar with the story of how the dead Chegals scared the living San. The patriarch knows her. It's his favorite part of the Three Kingdoms story. During one of the campaigns, Chego Lian, the great commander of the ancient gymnasium, fell ill and died. Upon learning of this, Samad seized the chance to attack, but Lian had foreseen this and devised a plan. With the help of a dummy made of wood, Shu's forces set the country upon the troops, whereupon the latter fled. This story conveys the wisdom and sagacity of Chegol and the fearfulness of San. That's all understandable, but why is he telling it? Isn't it just a yasa, a story handed down from folklore that children are told? Let him listen. It's not like he's a kid anymore. If he doesn't start watching his language, you'll understand why this story is being talked about so much. The guy wasn't afraid of him at all, and the people laughed at him. He wished to let their family's honor go to the bottom. Didn't think, of course, that he would be no better than the brigands of the Green Forest. He was a bastard. Let him fight like a man. At that moment, Rujianwon walked up to him and told him to calm down. There are too many extra eyes here. If war breaks out between the clans, his little dream is over. The man said the guy was right, something he got excited about. Is this the very shrewdness of a true member of the Chegol clan? The man became furious again and said that such a small thing was ready to be arranged right now. Rujianwon continued to calm him down. His vengeance has certainly inherited the strength of the Chegol clan, but the patience to not take provocation is something he clearly lacks. Or maybe dragon cooking is just a story, nothing more. Already and the guy came in furious and asked if it was him on it. Let them think. The friends don't look like Chegol has anything to offer. Regular dumpling appetizers, nothing special. How can you believe one of them is a cooking dragon? Ruchangwon couldn't understand, or whether the dumplings that Chegol Lian came up with were a common appetizer. He once tried to cross a raging river, which could only be done by human sacrifice, but instead he stuffed large balls of dough and mincemeat and let them wiggle. Besides, he's such a skillful cook, he could have taken any beauty as a wife, but he wasn't the one who decided to marry Chegol Jan. The man then went into a complete rage and called him a bastard and added that they would hold his funeral instead of a wedding ceremony. Rujianwon had something to offer. He offered to make him these ordinary dumplings so that they would surprise him and he would apologize to Mr. Qian. Prove to his own that dumplings are a cheap dish that's been choked on a little longer than all of the Midlands. If he succeeded in surprising him, he would apologize, so be it. But if he doesn't succeed, he will crawl between his legs and beg for his forgiveness. The man said he was a real lucre. Rujianwon said he was in agreement. After that, the man was very surprised and the guy said he was going to go coke. The man tried to talk the guy down at this point. The patriarch's son-in-law Chegol is the very first victim of my path of vengeance. Somehow he was weird. Doesn't want to be around him. This is the point. Someone said that he seemed to be seriously overreacting. Because of that, it's also got him hooked, but Rujianwon said it was okay. It was just that there were things a person had to be responsible for. He'll make sure he doesn't have to listen to any more of his ramblings, even if it comes out God for him. The man noticed that the guy has matured so much, starting to take care of Chun and the family. How dare he disrespect the dumplings? At this moment, everyone was waiting outside Rujianwon. The man sighed heavily, contemplating the fact that the embarrassment and postponement of the wedding would wash over him now. And then there's that dandy from the Sama clan. The guy said he was getting hungry and asked the others when they were going to be served those lovely dumplings. They didn't want to leave them hungry. He was furious and thought over the fact that now he was going to get his own way. Dumplings. Just at that moment, one could smell the odor. Everyone was paying attention. Rujianwon thanked them for their expectations. After that, he brought out the dumplings. Everyone immediately started taking them. They were surprised, apparently prepared them right away for the army or something. At this point the guy looked over, laughed, and asked what it was. The man asked Ru Jiangwan what it was with the guy. The guy said that no matter how you look at it, it's just regular dumplings, but he's right, it's not really regular. Everyone was in agreement with him that it was no big deal. Dumplings as dumplings. They don't even have a twist to them. They were disappointed, thinking that the cooking dragon was just a rumor. When the man wanted to ask about this guy, he said the gentleman wasn't worried. The man gave him a surprised look after that. Chegel Mahu is the man most admired, especially Chegel Liang. If there was anything to do with her, he was sure to seek it out. From now on, no one would ever look down on him again. Chegel Jian's creation is great dumplings. Now have them call him. He'll tell him a few things. First of all, this dish is called The guy immediately interrupted him and said he didn't need to explain what a dumpling was. He would just pop it in his mouth and wait for it to crawl between his legs. At this moment, Ru Jiangwan couldn't understand what he was saying. Okay, he doesn't know how to eat dumplings or what? There's some other way. Ru Jiangwan told them to be careful. At this point, the guy said it was really hot. He then literally spit out all the mixture that was in the dumplings. The man asked Ru Jiangwan what was going on. Why there was hot broth inside the dumplings. That was exactly what the guy wanted to explain. The name of this dish is xiaolongbao. This dish was invented quite recently, during the Qing dynasty in China. First, you need to take gelatin or pork skin and chicken legs and boil them with spices. Then cool, cut and add to the filling of the dumplings. Next, you need to shape and send to cook in a steamer. Under the influence of high temperature in dumplings melts, forming hot broth. When kneading, you should first take a bite, cut the dough, drink the broth, and then eat the filling. But they didn't listen to him and started eating right away. Then they all had even the same consideration as the guys who first tried it. He didn't realize what a stupid thing this was. He thought he was going to surprise him by putting hot broth inside. Or what? How dare he? Ru Jiangwan, the pig, said everything he tried to warn. Well, what can I say? It's delicious, too delicious. The broth combines tartness and richness. Truly, this is not found in ordinary dumplings. It's like eating gan, a figurative nibble about the divider of Chinese teeth and dumplings at the same time. Weren't they amazing? I don't think dumplings can be this good. With this dish and a carryover from the ceremony, it's not as disappointing. Der Chegel clan was the best. Turns out the title of dragons was true. The broth burns the whole mouth, but behind this infernal harem is a heavenly flavor. From the meadow I didn't realize had started to rain. Holy shit. No way. But he wants more. He apologized to his ancestors, for he was a worthless son of the great Sama clan, living to the point of kneeling before the Chegel clan. Ru Jiangwan couldn't believe it. From the steam and splashes of broth the humidity rose. If you add to that the bright shining afternoon sun, you get. At that moment, someone called out for mistress. The servant asks where she's gone. She's not feeling well. But don't let her worrying. She was already fine. She'd better get some rest. Let her go back to bed. At that moment she noticed something and couldn't figure out where the rainbow came from. She, the girl, began to say that you can't stay in bed forever, especially when there is such a beautiful rainbow in the sky. At that point, someone said the kid's a real talent, and they wanted to ask him a question about what kind of cooking dragon he is. Chanwan. They asked what the dish was called, certain that such deliciousness could not be called just dumplings. Ru Jiangwan reached up. Since it was so delicious, he said it was xiaolongbao. The man said that they were truly dragon dumplings. Ru Jiangwan said, not really. If you take a bite of the dumplings, a fiery broth pours out, just like dragon's breath. That's what dragon dumplings are. That was right. These are the dumplings of the great dragon of cooking. That after all, they take up to 10 months to make. How did he manage so quickly? Even after 1,000 years, both in Korea and China, many people still confuse sorongpo and sorengpo. The man told them he was happy to host them, so that's where the misunderstanding began. At this point, the man walked up to the guy and asked, well, the guy immediately started apologizing to him. Ru Jiangwan said he'd had enough. But the man started scoffing and asking what the guy had just said. Jude, he didn't hear you. Why do you seem too quiet to him? Were the voices of his ancestors like that? It was no surprise to Ru Jiangwan that they still held grudges against each other. At that moment, a girl came out to them. Ru Jiangwan asked, what are we doing? And father immediately asked how she was feeling. Chun didn't understand why Sama-san was here. The man explained that Hiro defended the honor of their family. He is an excellent groom. Let him kneel. But afterwards behind him, since he's marrying such a freak. At that moment, he raised his head. The girl greeted him and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. He would be very much surprised at the girl. He was truly at a loss for words at this point. He immediately remembered his words to the girl that he was going to marry the most beautiful girl from the middle families, and couldn't understand. Only all this time he had been looking for her. The girl asked if he was too surprised last night, to which the protagonist said it was nothing like that. She apologized and said she was just too excited. Sama didn't understand what was going on here, or what hyped up meant. What was this all of a sudden about? The man apologized for interrupting them at such an inconvenient moment, but he said on the contrary, thank God he had come. But actually, there was such a noise that even she could hear it. The guy didn't understand why he lost his family's honor, didn't stand up for love, didn't find it, and as a man failed. Chun asked what was wrong with him. The servant laughed and said everyone would look. He had fainted. The man said, let Ru Changwon use his healing abilities. Ru Changwon understood why he suddenly had to do this. At this time, someone apologized to the main character. It was a man who said he would have to ask him for more services experience. He said that if it was about Chona, he was always willing to help. Since he would need his help, couldn't he go to the eastern capital to find out what was behind his daughter? Ru Changwon asked, does he mean Keifen? The capital of the Song dynasty is Keifen. It is famous for its 70 famous hotels, the Peak. In addition, it is in the capital where the most famous and skillful chefs of the dynasty gather. The man said that was right. He would find a man named Chegalgak. Ru Jiangwon immediately asked who that person was. He said that he was Korra's uncle and brother-in-law. He had been very intelligent and capable since childhood, and had now become a respected official. Besides, he is a master of medicine, and has always been very kind to the girl. He will definitely be able to help her, he hopes so, and went himself. Given that Sama's eldest son arrived at their feast, left completely defeated, he should head to Sama's domain and make sure there is no misunderstanding between them. He had already prepared a boat by which they could get to the capital. His services were to load it, if by the Yangtze through Yakzhou, they would find themselves not far from Keifen. In fact, he'd like the guy to stay and become his son-in-law after all, but he feels Chan's condition is increasingly uneasy. He's afraid he'll have to ask them to leave as soon as possible. He apologized for taking such a hard time on him. He has no one to help him. So, can he trust him with his daughter? If he refuses, he has no choice. Ru Jiangwon couldn't understand, or he would kill him if he refused, and immediately said he could trust him. The man said he was overjoyed. The guy immediately bounced off of him and said he needed to do some preparation and not go to the capital. Better let him rest today. He's done a lot of things. The man was troubled about something. Just as he thought, back when he first met him, he was still emitting a very strange aura. It didn't seem to be the ability of a martial artist, more like a strangely distorted chant. He could stop hiding. That's when someone showed up. The man asked if he'd learned anything about Zhongwan. His background not really known. The one thing bothers him. 10 years ago, the village where Ru Jiangwon lived was destroyed after an attack by a sect of heavenly demons. Weren't there attacks by different sects everywhere at that time? He thinks it's no big deal. Yes, except that this attack was intended to destroy Ryu's family. He was bludgeoned that day, but his mother disappeared in a unique way that raises an opinion. He doesn't want to force his opinion on him, but if he's really involved with a cult, he'd better separate himself from it. The man isn't sure he can make those decisions right now. At this point, the servant said he was talking too much and asked him to apologize. The man said it was all right. He knows the guy is worried about him, but he thinks there's no one closer to Chun right now than the guy. So how does she improve the credibility of what she sees in him now than believing in his murky past? Ru Jiangwon promised to go to the capital the next day. Still, he was sorry the ceremony had been postponed. Although traveling like this with Chun is like going on a honeymoon. Isn't this what he's been waiting for? The girl said the water was a little choppy. It was at this very moment that Ru Changwon threw up. He started burping straight up, and the girl immediately asked if he was okay. If he's having a hard time, let him try putting his eyes down for a while. But Ru Changwon said he was fine and didn't understand why this case was so weak. Patriarch Chagall's bodyguard told Ru Jiangwon that he should exercise more. Then it was no wonder he was getting motion sickness with such a frail body. Then in a moment the man himself began to vomit. After that, they threw up all at once, except for Chun. The man said he was just boating and hoped there were no problems along the way. They are very lucky that the Tanjejio they are sailing on is a public waterway. There shouldn't be any bandits during the day, but the girl didn't understand where this fog came from. At that moment 3 more rafts appeared in their path. Then the men on the rafts immediately cast their hooks. One of the men began to ask how dare they use this path without asking permission from the great water demon. The girl explained that they weren't purposely attacking in the fog so as not to attract the guards' attention. Rujiangwon added that they were lucky to have the guardian's body, but he passed out. The men demanded that they give up everything of value and only then would they let them go. The girl asked if Ryu Jiangwon would mind if she stepped in. She's confident, though she hasn't fought humans before, but she's from the Chegal clan. She used the Tanjigan bird technique as a child. Rujangwon explained that this technique allows you to concentrate your internal energy in your fingertip and shoot it out. This is certainly impressive, but humans and birds are different. She promised that she would make sure they wouldn't hurt them, but Rujangwon warned that it was very dangerous. He decided to try and work things out peacefully. The man reminded him that they had to remember one important thing. His primary responsibility is to remain calm, and he must not let the girl's emotions take over. And he also added something else. Her inner Chet is also unstable, so she should avoid using her abilities unless absolutely necessary. Rujangwon asked her to take that into consideration. She replied that of course she understood. Rujangwon was surprised that the man demanded so much, but the man asked him not to be rude and take what was offered. The man said the bag was heavy and that was fine with him. At this time, Jeongwon was already imagining how he would walk with Jae. Money is important, of course, but he also intended to take the boat as well. The hero was furious, for this was not part of their agreement. If he took their boat, they wouldn't be able to reach the capital. The man didn't care. He said he'd rather eat than think about the boat. The man grinned and added that he wasn't going to let him live anyway. At this point, the girl was watching what was happening. She saw the blood of her lover. Jongwon told the man to stop. For a moment, the man thought about what kind of parents he would see when he died, Korean or Chinese. He said that the man who was going to kill him should realize that he just wanted to live, not die. Jongwon felt that icy coldness again. At this moment, Jeongwon tried to calm the girl down, telling her not to worry. Everyone around him couldn't understand what had happened. Why was it suddenly so cold? The girl looked strange, and she was probably studying martial arts. People began to think that there was no need to be afraid of her, because she was just a small, weak girl. Jongwon tried to explain that they were unhurt and offered to just give them the boat and then find another way to get to the capital. But the girl replied that the situation was not so simple, because her loved one was hurt after all. Jongwon assured her that everything was fine and nothing was wrong. But in fact, it was far from what he said it was. It was much worse. The hero didn't know what to expect. What would happen next? She stated that the men would get what they deserved for hurting her fiancé. The man reported that his other companions also attacked and grabbed the girl. Jongwon realized that the situation was dangerous. Even if he managed to disarm one of the attackers with his technique, there were still 2 more to go. At this moment, the girl used her power and flipped off all the attackers. Her strength was incredibly powerful. Jongwon couldn't understand what it was. It felt like a nuclear explosion or a bomb blast. Afterward, the 3 men ended up in the water. Jongwon began to plead with her to wait and not shoot. She told him to watch what was going on and added that she wouldn't stop. Jeongwon apologized and promised that he'd return everything they'd taken. But the girl replied that it wasn't necessary. She was too excited and her cha energy was also unstable. If she was stopped, it could happen again like last time. Jongwon said that it would have been enough for her to attack at least one of the men. Jongwon said she shouldn't kill him, but the girl replied that she would figure it out on her own and asked why it was necessary. She was willing to kill anyone so that her master would not suffer. Jeongwon became very scared. She didn't look like herself at all, but he made a promise to the old man. After that, Jeongwon confidently told the girl to stop. She was furious and told him to stay out of the way, that she would deal with them herself. But Jeongwon couldn't act. He has to protect his beloved. After all, after these words, the girl fell silent. She interjected that he had called her his baby girl. Everyone, of course, didn't expect to hear him say that. After that, they were seasick again. Jeongwon couldn't understand why it was happening. Why are they betraying her when she needs their support so badly? Soon they were all used to seasickness. As for the pirates, they didn't scare them, but they're still useful. They used them to row the boat. Now they had their own rower. Jongwon thought that at this rate, they would reach the capital even faster than they had planned. The girl asked the servant to stop yelling at him. Chun had calmed down completely, and it was good that she wasn't having a fit like last time. But something still bothered him. Had she always been like this? He can't say exactly when he noticed it. At that moment she told him that the fog had cleared. The guy didn't understand from whence the girl had gotten silver hair. The man reported that they were almost there and everyone should get ready to disembark. Jongwon is pretty sure it has something to do with Beihai. Despite his excitement, they made it. The servant didn't know who the pervert was. It won't be long before they meet Uncle Chun. He will assess her condition and help them resolve the problem. And then Jeongwon will finally realize his little dream. He will start a relationship with the most beautiful girl in China, the capital of Kaifeng. Jeongwon noticed that there were a lot of people here. Since his uncle is an official, at that moment, the servant said that they were just looking for someone. The exact same girl showed up and said that the old man had a meeting here, so she went with him. How long had it been that they didn't even recognize her? Jongwon was surprised that there had been another one like this all this time, and how many of them were even in this family. Chun said he hadn't seen her in a while and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that she missed her. Who's this guy? She doesn't remember him. Jeongwon had forgotten that he almost belonged to Chegul already and needed to act confident. But of course, there was no wedding yet, so he wasn't really her husband, more like a lover. At this point she asked if this was a new servant. He was a good boy, having come all this way. He's not a practical slave. Is it bad at home, or what? Let her believe it or not, he really is mistress's husband. Unfortunately, it's true. She could believe he's so skinny and ugly. And the fact that he stinks so bad, by the way, is another perversion. The sun is so bad, you don't even want to use it like you do with onions. Jen told them to stop. Actually, Jeongwon is very nice. Their mistress felt very sorry for her. Jeongwon begged them to stop. The decree mistress was asked why the wedding was cancelled. She wanted to come so badly. The girl didn't even know what to answer. Jeongwon didn't think Jeng would be able to explain it, and he would have to explain it. At this point, the servant said the wedding was called off because of the perverted hubby. While he doesn't hate them, they are still at least partly right. Do they actually know that Jeongwon has a lot of good traits that they may not be aware of? First of all, he's a very good cook. It may look a little scary on the outside, but he's very courageous and even saved her father's life once. And he also has an incredibly warm and good-natured heart. Honestly speaking, to her, Jeongwon is the most wonderful man in all of the Midlands. It's not for nothing they say that a woman can both kill and save a man with one word. He thanked her for that. Jeongwon said he thought they had been contained enough already. We need to keep going. Chun looked at him at that moment. She said he was wonderful, but it was still worse than they all thought. Chegul residences. The guy and the girl were just sitting on a bench outside. It was explained to him that the old man had a visitor now. Let them wait here for a while. He's a capital city official, so it's no wonder he's often busy. The guy replied that it was fine. They would wait here. At this point someone shouted, "What in general is the man carrying? Let him stop." He turned to Sushai and said, "Isn't it for their own good?" Jongwon had heard that name somewhere before. Make him stop it. It's just unthinkable. He was very disappointed. Why don't they get something to eat? How could he enjoy a meal in such a mood? The girl said it seemed without talking about anything important. At that moment, Jeongwon remembered Sushai, also known as Zhu Danpo, the greatest poet and statesman of the Song dynasty, originally came because he wanted to treat him to something tasty and ended up asking him questions about politics. But the man argued with this and said that how could he ever think that he would trick him? One of the four famous gourmets of China, a great culinary artist, creator of many Chinese dishes. The more you tried to seduce him, he wouldn't change his mind. He made history. The man said he would never make peace with these barbarians and Korea. He went down in history as the first opponent of a unified Korean state. Song dynasty, 10th century. At this time, the Song dynasty was not yet so strong that the Middle Lands had to reckon with it. The situation remained precarious for the dynasty, and it suffered regular defeats at the hands of the Western Xia and Northern Liao. At the same time, Korea won a major victory against the Khittans, making it a good fighting ally for the dynasty. However, Korea took advantage of its position and secured a favorable financial agreement with the Liao and Song dynasties, undermining the already precarious position of the Song. Although the Song did not like the situation, they could not break off relations with Korea because it provided great support in the war against the kittens. Sudongpo vividly criticized Korea's actions and insisted on severing diplomatic relations. However, the government reacted sharply to his arguments because they feared that without Korea's support, the dynasty would have no chance. He wants nothing to do with those bastards, and Korea can't listen to them raving about those barbarians. There's a reason they say he's the ultimate Korea hater. He had forgotten his position and thought he was allowed to flip between Son and Liao in peace. How was he different from the brigands or those bastards in Korea? But times have changed. Things are different now. At that moment, Jegul Chien's brother, Jegul-gak, was surprised that Chien was here and asked how long she had been here. He apologized and said he was very happy to see her. Jong-won said it was nice to meet him, but the guy was distracted. He apologized and said he had to ask him something. Let Sushai let him introduce one person, but enough was enough. He was fed up with his tricks. It's a famous cooking dragon, and he's sure he's heard of it. He hadn't heard of it. Would he seriously believe it after that? He is considered the greatest gourmet, so let him tell about this man. The only male daughter of the patriarch of Chegul, the owner of the largest tavern in the Midlands, even before receiving the title of Dragon of Cooking, was known throughout the Midlands for his culinary skills and secret mastery of medicine. During the demonstration of his dishes in the Tang clan's estate, an emugi suddenly appeared. On a piece of the guy's dish, the serpent bowed down to him and cried. After that, he hurriedly hid in the sky and recognized Rusan's supremacy. That was how he obtained the title of Cooking Dragon. But he couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Ru Jiangwan didn't understand who could even believe such a thing. But that's not all. Master brought the patriarch of the Tang clan back to life after he died in an accident. The lord had been dead for 3 whole days, but came back to life to taste the dragon dish. And he didn't tell you about his famous dumplings. If you bite into his dumplings, a rainbow of 5 colors will come out. It is said that Chegul Liang himself descended on this rainbow and ate 2 plates. Rumor has it that after that, the Yangtze River divorced, and for the tares of the legendary Chegul Liang, the peasants had a huge harvest for a whole year. Let the Lord listen now. This dragon wants to show him his incredible abilities. The man said it was hard to say no to the dragon himself. Ru Jiangwan thought about how it was better to refuse. He had such expectations now. After all, shit, I'll take it off. He's fallen for his tricks again. He's coming to see them tomorrow. It was great. They were looking forward to it, but he still wouldn't change his mind. The guy laughed and said the man was stubborn. The man sighed and said that the hardest part was over. There was nothing left to do. Now it was necessary for him to awaken his dragon and make him an excellent dinner. Ru Jiangwan didn't understand how he did it. Chien told him what was in the letter from his daughter. He apologized for having to tie him up in it. They just got here and he loaded it up right away. He's terribly embarrassed about it, but that's okay. Let her ask him something. Let him tell me why he wants to change Mr. Sudongpo's mind. He apologized. He didn't tell him anything. For one thing, he's very troubled. His radical character and stubbornness have not already had their way, because of which he was often demoted. And he just got back to the capital. If I can't get a deal with him, I'll have to go to court, and after that, I'm sure he'll be demoted again. That's not all. Has he ever been in a war? Ru Jiangwan said no. Never. Once upon a time, over 20 years ago, there was a great battle between Chegul and Beihai. He still can't forget that he couldn't do anything then. Unlike him, he turned out to be quite a youngster. He had no knowledge of martial arts, no talent. For days and nights on end, he just hid from everyone. All that was imprinted on his mind during that time was the smell of congealed blood, the wild screams, and then he realized that the heroic deeds and incredible ingenuity of famous warriors could read in books. After that, he decided to become an official and do whatever it took to make sure there were no wars in their country. And in the end, he couldn't change one man's mind. But after all, the relationship with Korea is very important, otherwise they can't stand up to Liao. He wants Mr. Sushi's factions to realize this to prevent a possible war. Ru Jiangwan has made up his mind. At this point he started groping the businessman. Didn't realize what was wrong with him. Ru Jiangwan said he would show Mr. Sushi the real strength of their will. It will make him change his mind. And now he needs their kitchen. She turned to the Dragon of Cooking. How pleased he was with him. The next day, Ru Jiangwan apologized for waiting and said here was their tree, and wished them a good appetite. The man was glad that he would finally get to see the famous dragon's dishes, At that moment he saw his dish. The man wondered what it was all about. Ru Zhongwan said it was pork. Gak said the guide disappointed him, but the man told him to shut up and to look more closely. It really is the pork that feeds the poor, that the beautiful luster, the incredible softness of the meat that is noticeable just by looking at it, and that tantalizing, fragrant aroma. God, he can't take it anymore. He asks me to forgive his nerves. He can't help himself. How tender this meat is. The surface of the meat, it's like it's dancing with him. The man was literally drooling over this dish. He can't take it. He can't help himself with how tender this meat is. The surface of the meat seems to dance. Dunpo ro, a dish that Su Dunpo will create in the future. But he doesn't want to just copy his original recipe, given that he hasn't even developed it yet. It will be his story, his skills, his vision of a legendary gourmet dish. A piece of fatty pork and a bottle of baijiu, asked Ru Jianhua. They all obeyed him and called him chief. The main ingredient in this dish is pork. You need fresh pork, brisket that has not yet been skinned. For a long time, torches have been used to cleanse the skin. It's not necessary. Alcohol with a high alcohol content is enough. That's what they need. Baijiu, a Chinese alcoholic beverage with an alcohol content of 35 to 60%. The chief was good. She hadn't taught him for nothing. You have to be as careful as possible to burn all the hair without damaging your skin. Now for the most important step in making Rujianwan style Dunpo Ru. Before extinguishing the flame, you must prepare the knife. Cut off the excess meat and shape it into a square shape. It is extremely important to do this carefully and quickly so that the meat does not have time to cook. The original method of cooking this dish involves frying in plenty of oil. The meat is then tied with twine to keep its shape, but he does it quite differently. He fries only the slices so that the meat binds together, creating a kind of crust. In this way the meat is not overcooked, remains soft and juicy, but does not lose its shape. The further cooking process is not much different from the original recipe. The tedious long braising and cooking of meat to give it tenderness. This cooking gives the meat an almost gelatinous texture, and from the cheapest ingredients of all the Midlands comes a dish that will delight any food. All in all, it took all night to prepare the dish, but that's completely irrelevant because the story he put into his creation is far more important than time. You can scoop it up with spoons. I've never seen such tender meat. Gak didn't understand and asked the gentleman, "Isn't this pork? Why did Ru Jianwan serve them such a cheap dish?" But the man was telling him to shut up. How could he be so arrogant? Doesn't the supposed distinction between noble and poor people stem from rotten arrogance? Ru Jianwan said, agreeing with the man. People are sometimes such that they only see what they themselves are set on seeing. That's how this dish wasn't an excuse to tell a story. Well, the man wanted to try it, and it was the story itself. The man carefully tried to feel every bite of this meat. The story carried her within itself. Endless unifying flavors. The meat slowly dissolved in his mouth. Didn't even feel the tenderness of fullness from the creation. You could say that in one bite, all the senses and flavors he had ever felt were woven together. The man said it was really delicious. I've never tasted anything like it. What's it called? The guy said this dish is called Dubno Ru. The real dish is called Dunpo Pu in honor of its creator. They differ in only one character. The names may sound the same in Korean, but the spelling and meaning are different in Chinese. A name that expresses an understandable respect for the calligrapher of Chinese cuisine and the cuisine itself. A man asked what the name meant. Ru Zhongwan said, "A wave traveling eastward." He's flattered that he doesn't turn down a dish just because it's made with pork. His heart is truly good. He would that he had opened his heart to the east as he has opened it to pork today. The man felt an indescribable feeling at this moment. It was like he was on a wave. There it is, the wave of flavor. No wonder they call it the dragon of cooking. He decided to see where those beautiful waves would take him. He was in a great mood. Gak didn't realize. Was he okay? Ru Jianwan said he probably did. But the man continued to float on his wave at this point. At this point, the man thought about the waves traveling eastward. It turns out the east is, of course, it's Korea. Over a decade of fighting this Liao rifle, these arrogant noble jerks have become so stubborn. But doesn't everyone have a little bit of stubbornness in them? At times he can be stubborn and misses what he is told, despite the fact that he has chosen to be an official and interacts with people on a regular basis. And let's face it, he's not the only one. How dare he compare him to those new bastards from Korea? But he was not the one who said that man's problems are in his arrogance. Ru Jianwan socially didn't understand what was going on. Ru Jianwan asked, "Or am I out of order?" The man said that perhaps he wasn't gone at all on Korea, but on the state the Song dynasty was in now. They fear the Liao like fire, already willing to make peace with them and pay them, even though they are quite small and not so powerful. That he is confident that with their help, they will be able to defeat Liao sooner or later. They would never rule out peace with these barbarians, and rather, said the man. His words, he's actually ashamed that he didn't notice at all how blinded he was by his arrogance. It was really excellent. His craftsmanship exceeds his expectations. He also had a great feel for the story he wanted to tell. There's a reason they say a dish will say twice as much as an inept speaker. Ru Jiangwan said he was honored, but unfortunately he has to go now. He has a lot of things to do in town. The protagonist stopped him and said that before he left, he would like to give him something. The man, of course, asked, and what was it? He asked if he was serious, since it was his recipe for his dish. Ru Jiangwan would like to give it to him, for he had justly appreciated his skills and was able to see and understand what lurked beneath the shell of this dish. A true recipe for the dragon of cooking. He's sure he's ready to give it away. Is it too precious a gift? That the recipe for this dish was originally developed by Mr. Sushai. The guy said that there was nothing special about it. He was sure that with this kind of help, the man would definitely be able to recreate it again. The man thanked him and said he wouldn't forget it. Gak hadn't seen him this happy in a long time, though the dish was indeed delicious. Zhangwan was sure that wasn't the main reason for his joy. The boy wondered what he meant by that. In the Midlands, there aren't many available and cheap meats like pork. Sushai was an outstanding literary figure of his time, but at the same time, everyone noted his rigid character and stubbornness. After all, because of this, he was sent to the provinces more than once, where he was not favored. He served in the far corners of China until his death. He distributed pork recipes to the poor so that they could experience the beautiful side of cooking. Throughout his life, he regularly cooked something for the peasants, was open with them, and shared his life without arrogance. Therefore, over time, he was loved and remembered as one of the greatest figures of the Song dynasty, a man of the people and the creator of a legendary dish. At that moment, a guy and a girl approached the man. The girl said she hoped they weren't disturbing him at this late hour. But the man replied to her that Ru Jiangwan had helped him a lot. Now it was his turn to repay. It's been so long, so I had to refresh my memory. Let her sit back. He would try to finish as quickly as possible. Let her give him her hand. Jiangwan was glad, because finally, there was only a little bit left. His dream would soon come true. Then the girl, trembling, held out her hand to him. The man started to ask if she was ready. Ru Jiangwan could understand what was going on. After all, he just wanted to check her pulse. The man said he hadn't checked her pulse in a while. Ru Jiangwan understood what was wrong with them, why they were so tense. The girl answered him that it had been more than 10 years. Ru Jiangwan thought something like, and here's the thing, he's going to give her medicine now, was about to follow. But at that moment, that very bright beam of light appeared. He'll start by checking her pulse at the sun. Guananchi points. A lot must have changed in 10 years. They'll check her Che channels, as well as her internal yin-yang state. Zhangwan still didn't understand what was going on. He would kill her, not cure her. He didn't realize if Marima really had that kind of medicine. If he couldn't survive, he wouldn't be cured, or what? The girl at this moment felt an unpleasant sensation. He said he's never practiced martial arts. Then how does he know how to handle qi? He asked the girl to be patient for a while. The girl was already enduring as much as she could at this point. He takes one look and immediately stops. At that moment, some kind of butterfly appeared. He was saying how much she had changed. He almost didn't recognize her. Though it was obvious, she was an adult. He remembered that she used to be like this ... All right. She'd had enough of being shot, so please let him direct it. The man then began to take steps. He didn't understand what this fire energy was. Apparently, that was the disease that was bothering her. But there was one but. Apparently, thanks to the main character, this problem is not as scary as it seemed. Probably, that's why none of the doctors could help. It was Changwan's strange influence, as if he had brought her from another world. Also that chill ... I think that's what her father was talking about. Dehai's palace blood. It must be something she inherited from her mother at birth. Strangely, he hadn't felt her presence before. Why was it only now that he felt her? The man turned around and couldn't figure out what it was. At that moment, he saw some healthy ice fall. The man realized, this was it. What a strange situation this was. Apparently, It was the fire energy suppressing Beihai's blood, and now the cold energy was beginning to show itself. It was the girl's innate ability, but she couldn't use it. As a result, it was as if she was fighting a different version of herself endlessly. Rujianwan asked, "So it's all because of him? Because he helped Zheng back then? That there must be a way to cure her? That there's no way he can blame himself for trying to save Chan's life? Unfortunately, a doctor is definitely not going to help. It is impossible to cure something that is not a disease. Zhangwan was killed from the inside out. What about his dream? Sogi estachosis. Give up everything and live your life, or fulfill your dream by freezing to death. You can't cure what is not a disease, but then they won't be able to have a wedding ceremony. Is there anything that can be done to control the symptoms? Anything? Zhangwan is willing to do anything. I'm ashamed to say, but his knowledge of medicine isn't that deep either." Zhangwan was stunned. After all, they had come all this way and would leave without a solution. That there was one person who might be able to help them. The girl decided that she would go, because she was tired for the day. She said goodbye to both of them, saying she would see them tomorrow. Jiangwan asked her to wait, but the man asked if he could have a moment. Rujiangwan asked why, and Gak asked what he knew about Zheng's mother. Ruchangwan replied that her father had told. She was from the Ice Palace. The story would be short enough that, does he know that illness is the easiest part of Zheng's fate? He's already told him about the war, hasn't he? Jiangwan said yes, about the war with the Ice Palace. Jiangwan was the only flower that bloomed in that war. Rujiangwan speculated that there might have been such a thing. So he asked what had happened during that war between Mr. Qian and Mother Zheng. He was a lot tougher than I thought. An alpha male like no other. Chan's lifelong pain could quite possibly have been nothing to him, while she constantly feels inside the bitterness of losing her loved ones and the Ice Palace. He thinks that's why she's holding on to him so tightly. He's well aware that not being able to marry Zheng is weighing on him. He is sure that now he suffers almost more than others, because the burden of the loss of relatives, which all this time carried the girl, now partly lies on him. Rujianwan immediately rang after the girl. He realized that war ... it was real. The dumbest, stinking, filthiest pervert of all the Mediterranean. Rujianwan realized what a fool he was. All the time he was thinking about her beauty, but he was never interested in what was on her mind. He apologized and said he was selfish. The girl asked that he stay away from her. No wonder she's so angry. He can't even earn her forgiveness in a lifetime. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? Rujianwan asked her to calm down and suggested that we talk. Let him go. She's holding back with all her might. She doesn't want to hurt him like last time, so let him stay away. Ruchangwan realized that she was crying because of him. What an asshole and a cretin he is. If she was normal, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. If only his fiancée wasn't her, but someone else ... Even now, she's worried about him. He's nothing compared to her. Ruchangwan tried to explain all his thoughts. He suggested she go see the night fair. Just not the two of us. The girl was surprised. Then the guy abruptly said that if she doesn't want to, just let her say so. He doesn't understand. Is she saying no, or what? He didn't understand is that a yes or a no, let her wait, for he was confused. She doesn't want to go with him, or did he say something wrong, or what? The Kaifeng fair began. As the economy and production flourished, so did the nightlife. The fairs were filled with people, entertainment, and food. They were open all night, even in the snow and rain. The main character was surprised that there were so many people here. The girl agreed with him. It was really crowded here. How did he even get to go out with her? What's he gonna do now? If she knew what his life was like, and that he'd never once been in a relationship ... But Jiangwan realized that she was also in a bad mood. He didn't know anything about dating. And there was still a wedding ahead. He felt like a stupid idiot. Now that she thought about it, it was the first time she'd ever been alone with a guy. No, not really alone. If it wasn't for Ruchangwan, she could only dream of seeing the beautiful city. Having such a nice time together was her dream. At this moment, Ruchangwan suddenly asked what it was, and the girl was even startled. At this time they were selling tanhua. These sweets have been around since the Song dynasty. A girl came up and asked what it was. The main character replied that it was an appetizer. Tanhulu. The ice candy in the shape of a cutthroat looked delicious. Yeah. It was really time to get hungry. Zhangwan said he had an idea. Although it is believed that hawthorn should be the main ingredient, everyone knows there is a better option. The girl couldn't figure out where he was going, and he asked her to wait. He was fast. Ru Jiangwan said he would borrow this ice vessel from them. Also some kitchen appliances. Ru Jiangwan began to cook ice cold tanhulu from the dragon of cooking, especially for her. He told her to hold it. It was a regular strawberry tanhulu. He said it was all for her. Let her enjoy it. Strawberries are a favorite snack for girls all the time. The girl marveled at the texture of this food. So sweet, so tender. I never thought strawberries could be so delicious. If Ru Jiangwan became a food, would it have the same flavor, or the taste of a favorite? She adored it. Ru Jiangwan asked the girl to be careful. There were too many people here, but she said it was so exciting. Let him take a look. There's so much to see. He couldn't believe her mood had changed so much in just an hour. On the other hand, she was just a normal girl, but he didn't understand. Did she really just need a little sweetness? Let him see why so many people are there. At this point, they barely made it through and began to watch. Then Ru Jiangwan saw the fireworks, and the man said it was dangerous. Let everyone better move away. Chun said she'd never seen anything like it, and he said he'd never seen her so happy. Come to think of it, she's still so young. I mean, she's just a kid. But she's already been through so much. All the time I was suffering, hiding my real self. He was such a fool. He's not gonna rush the wedding. He wants to learn as much about her as he can. Her childhood, her adolescence, her interests. Even what she's thinking about right now. At this point, the girl began to literally chew on her clothes. It seemed like it was already time for dinner. Ru Jiangwan said. Thinking about it, she only took a bite of tanghulu after all. Does she remember how, on their way here, they passed by a place? Ru Jiangwan was surprised that the girl was so hungry that she literally started eating her clothes. Chun was surprised when the guy brought her to one place. She said that everything looked so beautiful and expensive. The protagonist said that the capital is famous for its entertainment. She'd never been to a town with so many different taverns, but wondered if the guy had ever been there. If he said he hadn't been once, she'd think he was boring. So Ru Jiangwan replied that he was a frequent visitor. Well, technically, in a past life he worked in a Chinese restaurant at a hotel, so it's not a lot. Ru Jiangwan called the girl over to him. She said that wasn't true at all, but Ru Jiangwan interrupted her and asked why she thought that. He asked if Alien thought it was too expensive here and told her not to worry. He's put a lot of things aside specifically to spend time with her, or she's worried about being here for the first time. He's often in places like this, so he can trust her. Then a man came out and started laughing and saying it was something. He thanked the girls and said he was happy with everything. But this place was better than he expected. Jiangwan said that since he's so excited, it means the place is really good. At this point, the girls came out and started saying that Dahep was a beast, and the man replied that he hoped they liked it too. Jiangwan didn't understand what that even meant, but the man kept saying that with him he would be fed and watered, even without food or drink. Ru Jiangwan realized that these strange lanterns meant something more than a simple tavern. A girl came up to him and said he had interesting taste since he brought a girl with him. If he's with a lady, it'll be more expensive. Does he know that? At that moment, Jiangwan came to a rage, and Ru Jiangwan tried to explain to her that it wasn't what she thought it was. Have him remind you what he said recently. He said he frequents places like this. He was furious, and the protagonist tried to stop her. And she didn't realize he was like that. Chigil Mansion. Ru Jiangwan complained that his whole body was aching, but okay, at least it was settled. He had to give all the money he had left to make up for the damage done to the bard. On the other hand, he didn't go without money. However, he wondered why the girl's hair had turned even more silver. He's pretty sure it has something to do with the ice blood. He hoped it wasn't dangerous. But why is he so stupid? Why did he get into this particular body? It feels like his head is literally blank, like he has amnesia. Why can't his useless body show some logic and observation? It's a complete failure. At that moment, a servant came in and asked him what he was doing. Ru Jiangwan wondered if she had come again, if she was hungry or something else. How did he guess? Have her make her a batch of noodles right now. She then informed that Gak wanted to see him. The protagonist was surprised that it was so late. Ru Jiangwan came to him. Of course. The man explained that he called him because he thought the man would want to check his health. Ru Jiangwan said he seemed fine, and didn't realize if he was fine or if the man had decided to give him a physical. That the man heard something, namely, that his brother told him to check on him because he was worried about something. That if he told him the truth, he would definitely take offense at Qian. Anyway, Rumor has it that he has a problem with the male part. The protagonist could understand who said that. This just doesn't make any sense. Everything about him is fine. Even though he didn't even check to see if he had any problems, that if he's going to do the same thing he did to Chun, maybe he can find some strength in him. Rejection agree. Only asking him to be more careful, the man said he would try his best. He then grabbed his hand and told him they would start. The girl immediately felt this energy and realized it was Uncle Gak with the main character. Uncle doesn't know that Jongwon has no ability at all. The man will try to return as soon as possible. Such a serious practice was dangerous. The man had already started the process. Should we kill her own Jongwon? When the man woke up, he didn't understand why the place was like this. He was sure he wouldn't have asked to check on him without a reason. He started looking around, trying to find something. At that moment, he felt the floor begin to shake. At that moment, some sort of wall appeared in front of him. He had never seen anything like this before and was surprised. Then he saw some person from behind the wall. He apologized and said he was a stranger, wanted to ask something. It didn't look like it was Ru Jongwon. Though not always his perceptions of a person match who they really are, the man asked if they could escort him. At that moment someone replied that he had gotten to the wrong place. He should not try to find what he was looking for. He would not find it here. The man was surprised, because that's not how things usually work. Would they do him a favor? But she can't show him what he wants to see, like she said. He's in the wrong place. The man was surprised to see a bird with the head of a lion, so he better get out of here. The man didn't understand why things were the way they were. It could be a symbol of magic or a symbol of a demonic sect. The man didn't realize what exactly was beginning to happen. His ability wasn't enough to pass on as he met with strong resistance. At this point he woke up in the middle of the road with cars. Of course, the man didn't realize what the hell it was. At that moment, he saw people near him. He didn't realize where he was, who these people were. Was it all fantasy or something else? But he didn't understand anything. At that moment, he was already underwater. He began to suffocate under that water. The man then woke up and started screaming. He had never experienced something like this before. Like here with Ru Chongwon. The girl began to turn to the man, for something was wrong with the guy. He told her not to worry. He was just checking his pulse. But the girl said the gentleman was not breathing. Ru Chongwon really did look like he was dead. Blood which Yun Seal Hu. Yes, she has so much spilled blood to her credit that not every assassin of the Midlands can match her. Suddenly, she decided to tie her life to an ordinary person and hide from the heavenly demon in such a wilderness. If it wasn't for that foolish love, if her husband hadn't been like that and this godforsaken village hadn't suffered, let him figure it out for himself. She was like a rat hiding from them, which they couldn't do at all. All of this is the fault of the very woman they call mother, who but she should have foreseen such a thing, betraying their sect. Ru Chongwon looked at him, and the man asked why he was staring at him. Doesn't he know anything either? Blood witch. Member of a demon cult. That's who his mother was. What's the matter? That's funny. She used magic to erase her memory, though on the other hand, she's a witch. At this point, the Lord was informed that the bloody witch was being led, and it was no surprise that after such a massacre, she decided to come out. The woman at this point was crying and looking at everything that was going on. The man asked the boy if he was happy to see his mommy. They were immediately given orders to attack. She asked the boy to close his eyes. At this point, the man could not move at all. The man told the lad better watch the spectacle carefully, which was necessary. But the woman was proving him otherwise, that he didn't need to see this, that it was just a bad dream. That the man claimed otherwise, saying that he opened his eyes and watched carefully. Ru Jongwon himself didn't realize if it was his mother. This is the true essence of the one who calls her her mother, which is why she is called the Witch of the Blood Flower. At this moment, Ru Chongwon could observe a pile of blood in front of him. At that moment, the boy remembered everything. That day, little Jongwon's world, completely destroyed. The girl was trying her best to help the guy at this point. Everyone, of course, asked for them to wake up. The main character opened his eyes and started crying. Chun started to ask why he was crying. She asked if she hit him hard or what. And the first thing the girl said was that since he was already awake, let him make noodles. Ru Jongwon complained that his whole body ached. How come he's never had anything serious? I mean, he was reborn as a martial artist, and it looks like life has taken its toll on him, even though his memories are very vague. It's not hard to guess that he had a very difficult childhood. But here's what's interesting. Why did he feel such intense sadness, even though these memories were not his? It's like a movie or a theater play. The man wondered about the movie. What movie? Rejong said it was such a thing. But the man interrupted and told him not to worry. He just asked if he wanted to talk about something else at all. He apologized for putting him in danger. He had no idea he had no powers. Understandably, the case. He saw that outwardly he didn't look like a master, but the fact that he was like that inside. When checking it out, he came across something very strange. I'm not sure I'll explain it, but it's best to think it through well first. He wouldn't happen to have anything to do with the demonic cult, would he? Rujiangwon was beginning to feel anxious from this question. He understands what the man means, but the guy explained it all in such a cliffhanger and blurry way. Let him know what kind of life he's lived. Does he realize that he doesn't want to question him at all, but he needs him to tell the truth, because his life is now tied to his family and his niece. He doesn't have any secrets. He really doesn't remember much of anything. The man said he understood. It feels like something incomprehensible is preventing him from remembering everything. Rujiangwon said that to be honest, he had an accident once, yet he almost drowned. After that time, his life was divided into before and after, all memories blurred. He felt sorry for what he'd been through. Does he know? Perhaps that's why. Everything that has happened to him since he met the Chegel family, the people, emotions and memories, all seem far more valuable to him than the past. The girl was sickened by what the guy was saying. Rujiangwon said there was something else. The man asked if he remembered anything else. How could he ever forget that? I mean, he's been looking at everything. Well, anyway, he's got a question on the male side. Can he just go pop and then go oops? Huck, of course, said that he didn't immediately realize that's what he'd called him for. But here's the thing. Does he realize that things are so bad there that it's like he's already dead? His skills weren't enough to make a difference. Rujiangwon believed that is it really that bad? Rujiangwon realized that it was pathetic. The body wasn't good for anything, and asked if there was any hope at all. But the man said that wasn't quite true. The boy immediately found hope and asked to be told what to do. The man thinks he's heard of the king of medicine before. Rujiangwon asked that it was the same medicine king. He said yes, one of the 8 kings of Murim. 8 kings. In the vast wild world, the title of king goes to the one who has reached the pinnacle of excellence in his art. Poison, chet, blade, dao, fist, spear, cultivation, and the only one of the 8 kings whose knowledge of medicine is so great that he can resurrect and kill anyone at will. The pinnacle of Murim medicine, a true king. So is he related to him, or what? Well, no, but I learned from him when I was very young. Speaking of the king of medicine, then he can obviously help him and save his buddy. However, there is a slight problem. Rujiangwon said trouble. Man is made to overcome difficulties. He recently tried to find where he was living now, and found out that he was now in the Nanmain Beast Palace. This is the place where the famous Chegel Liang suppressed the rebellion after Liu Bei's death. The name of the future Yunnan province and future part of China in the past due to the abundance of jungle and swamps. These places were poorly explored. Dangerous disease, poisonous plants, insects, fearsome predatory animals and warring tribes. Nanmen is even far more dangerous than Juanu. However, he is willing to risk everything to become a real man. Gak then told the guy to get something and asked what it was. This is a letter requesting a full medical evaluation to address his problem and correct Chan's symptoms. Rujiangwon was surprised. Why'd he just freeze up? He said what's happening to June isn't a disease, and he needs to prepare well for his upcoming wedding ceremony. So a visit to the king of medicine is a necessity for him. Let it be a long and difficult journey to Nanmen. He can no longer endanger the girl because of his selfishness. Rujiangwon thanked for the kind words and said goodbye. The guy said he would try to solve his problem with exercise, squats, or bridge. Can no longer let selfishness determine his actions, so he can't accept it at this point. The girl grabs it herself. She thanked him for it and gave the king of medicine her regards. Jongwon said it was too dangerous, but she's going tomorrow. This time it's her turn to decide what they'll do. Rujiangwon was surprised at this turn of events. She would do anything to get him married and join their family as soon as possible. She will go packing, and he will hurry up too. He alone is driven by his selfishness, but so is she herself. Rujiangwon said that it would be better if she helped him. Gak noticed that they had already loaded up. He was certainly sorry they were leaving so soon. They could have stayed a couple more days to rest. She apologized and said they couldn't put it off. She sent him an invitation to the wedding when they're settled. He apologized for not being able to help them. His medical knowledge was insufficient to help their situation, but Ru Jiangwan started to deny, and on the contrary said that they owed him a debt of gratitude. They'd better show their gratitude to the king of medicine. I'm sure he'll find a way to help them. However, the fact that he lives in the Beast Palace, to be honest, he's worried about them. He asked his niece to take care of herself. Whatever happens, always let her walk with her head held high. The girl calmed him down and told him not to worry. She has heard well of the dangers of Nanman Palace, and besides, she is not alone. And with her dear Ru, she's willing to go to the ends of the earth. Though the girl's past bothers her a lot more, he thinks it'll be more important than her illness. Maybe he wasn't so dangerous after all. The key is for the king to find an approach. The girl suggested moving out on the road. The servant said she was just about full. Ru Jiangwan asked if she was ready, and she said they were off. The chariot began to move. As it turned out, the main character was dragging them all. Gak just silently escorted them with a look. He realized that there was definitely something wrong here, but somehow he felt like this was normal for them. Either way, he can only put his trust in the king of medicine. If Zheng has something to do with martial arts, we need to find out at all costs. In order not to disturb Juanyuan's 10 years of peace, he wished them a good journey. He didn't want to go through another bloody war. It was already evening. The guy said he finally made it here. And why does he live in the middle of nowhere? And they would have met one way or another, but this place ... What if he's been tricked and it's just a bunch of thugs? Obviously, he's not going to live in the city, but this is just awful. He's been duped, and they're such chumps. How did he even think to believe them? At that moment, someone appeared from behind and asked if the boss was the one the boss was talking about. The guy turned around and asked who was here. He said, "Are they gangsters? No manners at all. First, we should introduce ourselves. He's the most handsome man in town and also the eldest son of the Sama family." One of the men said they realized from his chatter, not going, the boss is already waiting for him. The guys started asking where they were taking him. After a while, they brought it in and threw it. He didn't realize where he was. He didn't know there was such a shelter in the mountains. The man began to say that Sam, the heir of the famous Sam family, had come to see him. It seemed that things had gotten very bad for them. He had heard a lot about him. The beau began to speak, stammering that he knew he'd been looking for him for a long time. The oldest of the Heavenly Bottom sect, the right hand of the Heavenly Demon himself. The man, in turn, said let him tell it then. No procrastination. A young guy in his early 20s named Ru, with a red headband and a very mysterious past. And that wasn't all. The man remained silent and listened intently to him at this moment. The guy said he had a strange art of seduction, a culinary talent that could conjure anyone. So this is the son of the Blood Witch, but he wouldn't give out such information for nothing. He offered to be clear. What does the guy want? Money, or the title of Heavenly Demon Sect, or what? The guy started saying what he wanted. He wants to make Ryu's fiancée his girlfriend. The man just laughed off that wish. He didn't think there were any others in the Midlands he might like. Since they had met him, they should eat together. The servants immediately started running around saying they were about to get everything ready. They cooked it and told him to enjoy it. The guy covered his nose and asked what it was. To him it smelled like some kind of stink. The man asked who cooked it. The servant said he did. In case he was wondering, it's the salmon he took from his cat last year. After that, the man went into a rage. He called him a useless idiot and crushed that dish with his own head. And the basis of the rule of thumb for cooking is fresh ingredients. After that, he flipped him off. The guy was surprised at what was beginning to happen. He was so sick of this mediocre empty cooking. He apologized and said they'll get it done now, but you don't need anything better than this tree doesn't deserve attention. And it's all the fault of the Blood Witch. If back during the conquest her plan should have been decisive, if it hadn't ended in senseless betrayal, then everything would be under the control of the Heavenly Demon Sect. And the goal, which didn't take long to realize, was the everyday enjoyment of authentic Chinese food as well. They would have been accomplished by this skillful shit. The lad was very much surprised that the purpose of invading among the lands was to enjoy some kind of cooking. The servant told the guy she was already hungry. Does she understand? She's already hungry enough to die. She doesn't even have the energy to slam it anymore. So there was no reason to gobble up all their supplies in one day. Chun said she realizes he doesn't have much food, so she should be patient, but it's all because of a pervert. She says he, the Lord, has the hardest time, so they have to be patient. At this point, The girl's stomach began to rumble very loudly from hunger. Jong-won, of course, took notice. Then he stopped and agreed that they would make a halt and have a snack. Jeong-won began to look at the ingredients. He said they don't have much in the way of spices and ingredients. Maybe they'll poke around, see what they can find. At that moment a servant brought a bow and asked if he would go. Jeong-won said that of course, it wouldn't be enough. Just at that moment a live chicken was near him. She immediately took off. Jeong-won realized that it was a wild chicken. In a place like this, it was surprising. Jeong-won said they were catching her. Let her hold it or they'll lose it. Jeong-won jumped in and said that he was about to catch a chicken. Then he said he grabbed her as he thought he had. But at that moment he saw the very chicken beside him. Then realization began to come to him. When he looked up, he saw a healthy bear in front of him. Of course, the beast became enraged and began to growl at him. The servant told him to stop. Then she literally stood in front of him. Jong-won didn't understand if she was trying to save him. He tried to explain to her that it was too dangerous, but at this point, she literally started talking to him and explaining something. Jong-won could realize, or not really talk, who she even was. The girl said they had a deal, so he'd try his cooking, and if he didn't like it, he could eat it. Of course, she didn't want to save him. At this moment, Jong-won was addressing them. Have them slice the onions into large rings and untie the fire for now. They all understood him and started to get down to it. They unfortunately do not have oil, so they will cook the chicken on the grill. Pre-dressed chicken is cut into pieces of suitable size. The bones are removed. The chicken is soaked in water for a while to remove all odors. The chicken is almost perfect. It's easy to make, using minimal ingredients that can be found even in the forest. The dish is guaranteed to please everyone. Jeong-won prepared kebabs, meat and onions cooked over an open fire. He asked, or do they happen to have a brush? The sauce for the chicken is made from soy sauce, garlic and chamadon. She has brushes. The protagonist says he owes her a moment. She was just trying to explain what she was doing with that brush. If you apply the sauce too early, the outside will burn. If you apply it too late, its flavor will overpower the flavor of the kebab. You need to achieve a light glazed crust. The balance of taste, smell and appearance is key to making the perfect dish. Even after 1,000 years, most of the merchandise clears these conditions. He apologized for the expectations. The smoke from the fire was visible across the sheet. Jeong-won began to serve the dish. Chicken kebabs with leeks on charcoal. The most common ingredients and method of preparation, but guarantee an unpredictable range of flavors. In front of such an understandable and seemingly ordinary flavor is not a void. The main character couldn't figure out how he was doing. He was critically deficient. Sweet meat, tender crispy crust, soaked in the smell of coals, but so juicy that it fills your whole mouth at once, even pouring over the edge. Why is it so good? She didn't even have the ingredients. The oblique wanted to say that the taste of kebabs is so wonderful that he is unable to resist it. The girl basically ate exactly as she saw it. Jong-won was crying with his kebab for some reason. At first she didn't understand why the guy needed a cooking brush. It's a tool far from the first necessity. But now that she can see and taste what he has done, what a beautiful picture. The best landscape of any artist. It was already night. Jong-won said that the flour and butter were almost out. He hoped he would come across a village on the way, so he could stock up on supplies. However, it is better to make as many donuts as possible now, and if she didn't gobble them up all at once, they'd have a lot less problems. How cool would it be if they had a refrigerator? At this point, the girl asked what a refrigerator was. She said it must be something related to cooking. Jeong-won said it is a very complicated term in cooking. If it's so complicated, maybe I shouldn't explain it. Anyway, I'm far from cooking for good. Jong-won exhaled heavily and said, it's so late. What is she doing up? But she didn't know. She just couldn't sleep. Insomnia, I guess. Jong-won said, it's no big deal. He often snacks at this time too. I see, so she can't sleep. He said, these are donuts. Would she like to try them? The girl at that moment smelled a very delicious odor and did not understand where it came from. Just at that moment she told the other to be quieter. The girl said it was very tasty. Jeong-won asked if it really didn't taste better if eaten right after cooking. They were all cute with the way they were acting. Only one wanted to eat donuts. The girl told him that he cooks deliciously. He and his father had traveled all over the Midlands and tasted many things. For example, they've never tasted the famous grouper fillet. As delicious as it is, it's clear that you can make a more flavorful dish with other ingredients, but cooking it is the best thing in the world. Jong-won agrees, rarer ingredients can make a much more skillful dish, but for him, cooking is not a tool for showmanship. Over time, even if everything around him changes, the girl didn't realize what was wrong with her. Was she imagining things, or what? Jeong-won definitely believes that when he picks up the kitchen utensils, he will be able to remember all the precious moments in life. That's what cooking means to him. Now she feels like she said something stupid. Does she know he has all kinds of thoughts going through his head? This can certainly be amusing to the cook, but it seems to him that there is something much more important to cooking than the dish itself. Something that's really important is with whom he will share this dish. Does she see that he has very little dough left, so only managed to make one piece? Jeong-won offered to eat it together. Chun was flattered by what he said. That's what the guy meant. So anything he cooks, she likes anyway. It was indeed an unspeakable feeling for the girl. Jeong-won asked if they had everything prepared. Then they could start. He asked if the witch would go with them. Is he suggesting she leave her buddy here? Crazy as hell. You're pervert. If anyone's worth keeping, it's him. He's also useful. Let him see how strong he is. He'll definitely help them. But, in principle, he can pull a wagon. Jeong-won said they decided he would go with them. What makes him think he needs his permission? Jeong-won said they chased. At this point, the bear began to growl. Jeong-won realized that apparently his powers were for something else. The girl said it was just beautiful. As it turned out, the witch was just going to beat the bow with the fishing line, not pull the wagon. Jeong-won thought to himself, let him just wait, and when night comes, he will have his revenge. To be honest, all reason had long since been erased from his memory. Sama and Chegel. Doesn't she remember she's not welcome here? It's centuries of pointless feuding between powerful clans. He is about to take the most beautiful girl from the middle of the lands as his wife. Does she understand him? I guess he was too young to understand that. Although he always didn't care much for these squabbles, he suggested that next time. What's that gel? Careful, you should have. But regarding one thing he was determined to do at that age, he told the boat to shut up. He said he was the only one who could make jokes and laugh at her. Did he understand him? He didn't. He's going to make Yigel Zheng his girlfriend. The guys thought he had lost his mind. They need to run, and they won't play with him anymore. Did he ask? Or did they think he cared about idiots like them? There's no point in wasting time on dumbasses like that. The guy was sure he had won just like everyone else. After all, he was the eldest son of the Sama clan, and also the most handsome man of the Middle Lands. He really is the most handsome. But why did things turn out the way they did? Why his beloved beauty? I got that annoying. Stupid redneck. Yes, he's a dragon. And no wonder everyone in the Midlands knows about him. What can he do against his eldest son of the Sama family? Why does he fade into insignificance against this headless chump? He knows it's all because he's the son of a powerful Marima family. He doesn't need that old-fashioned shell anymore. That mask had hidden his true self for too long. As of now, he is no longer a member of the Sama clan. He is now follower of the heavenly demon cult. It's time to show those bony hands of old age who he really is. The house was burning at this point. He's finally getting out of this hole. Now that he knows where to find the Blood Witch, he can avenge the Sky Demon and finish what he started 10 years ago. But first they need to find her son. Surely they know where his mother is hiding. We need to disguise ourselves so that the inhabitants of the Midlands don't reveal them. Can't create unnecessary attention until they take it over. Where's Gel? What's he doing? I think he's changing his clothes. Did he say anything else, or what? Yet, something about a new self, some kind of shackles or something. And why's he been gone so long? At that moment, the man called out to him, a radical adherence to the cult of the celestial demon that rejects boundaries. No one could figure out what was wrong with him, an openness that goes against the laws and norms of the Midlands. Even the man himself was surprised, and an unwavering will to act toward a common goal is the new him. His true form, the one he's been hiding all this time. He asked the man, how was it for him? Sometimes, for some reason completely unknown to him, his instincts would send him a warning signal, but he said what he thought suited him. Those instincts had saved his life in battle more than once. He had been very careful in realizing this form, and now those instincts were screaming at him in a way they never had before. This guy was very dangerous. He never told him where to find the guy. He decided he wouldn't open his back because he didn't want to share important information. The fish jumped out of the water. It had been quite some time since they left Uncle Chan's domain and went in search of the Medicine King. The new friend was far more useful than he expected. Thanks to the rich nature of the Midlands, they continued their journey without worrying about food. Perhaps the reason for this was that they had been traveling for quite some time. Or was it due to the mysterious Tower of Cooking? He got very close to the girl. When she suggested he join the main group, he asked to wait a bit. As usual, the Midlands threw them various surprises, such as bandits extorting jewelry and food. Chun became furious and started asking how it was possible for his route to be attacked, and the guy in turn tried to calm them down, including the bear. Thanks to the girl and their new friend, these surprises no longer take them by surprise. The journey to Nanmen went without much trouble. They continued on their way through the new terrain. Ru Jiangwan noticed that the surroundings and weather had changed a bit. He said that the heat was more like the south and asked if they had already reached their destination. The girl replied that it was quite hot here compared to the Midlands. The girl asked the bear if he was hot. He turned around, but she couldn't understand why he was reacting that way. After all, she couldn't feel anything herself. She asked him to calm down. At that moment, the girl and the wolf appeared, and they both began to growl. After the meeting, there is always a parting of the ways. He stated that he would not go any further because the road was becoming too dangerous. But sometimes the breakout isn't the worst part. Had the wild beast foretold the danger? A little while later, they noticed the first sign indicating that the area belonged to Nanmen Palace. It was a clear sign that their welcome to their guests was going to be very different, not just a greeting, but a huge plate of beef. But Jiangwan realized that things would be different, so he asked the girl to be wary and keep a close eye on her surroundings. According to the map their uncle had given them, they were almost there. Ru Jiangwan asked, taking a little break, but no sooner had he finished speaking than they were attacked by that girl with the wolf. There was virtually nothing left of their wagon. In a matter of seconds, Ru Jiangwan couldn't realize who it was. The girl said she recognized them. Ru Jiangwan still didn't understand who they were. She called them nasty Middle-earthers, adding that they are part of the Nanmen Beast Palace. Man-he, human, girl, Po-husky male. The girl couldn't understand why they were being attacked. The girl went on to say that they were vile strangers and did not know that they had brought misfortune to the land of Nanmen. Ru Jiangwan realized that they were only looking for one person, that the girl didn't listen to him, continuing to yell at him to shut up. Ru Jiangwan still couldn't understand what was going on. She convinced him that everything that was happening was because of him. Chun made her way outside and asked who they were. At that moment, she could see the girl trying to kill the guy. The girl told Po to take Chun. He immediately pounced on her. She started to ask him what was going on. The servant noticed this and realized that something had to be done. She immediately jumped in and bit his tail. She asked if mistress was okay. After that, one of them flew off. She had to either win this fight or die. Chun was beginning to worry about her. They were just looking for the king of medicine. The wolf glared angrily at the girl. It wasn't long before the wedding. At that moment, the girl felt a strange chill. Pretty soon, she'd be able to spend as much time as she wants with her boyfriend. She'd destroy anything that gets in her way. Ru Jiangwan realized that the girl was too excited. At that moment, he noticed what he held in his hand. She said the girl was hiding her real power. The animals noticed it, too. They were vile outsiders, and they needed to be punished. Po began to worrying about his mistress. Ru Jiangwan definitely began to worrying about his beloved in the same way. Jen was about to come to his senses. Manhe's expression changed as well. In the end, they didn't run into each other. Ru Jiangwan couldn't understand what had happened. Po started calling for his mistress. Manhe said it couldn't be. Po instantly let the girl go after that. She was sure it was impossible, for they hate dogs in the Midlands. She looked at her at that moment. She's never seen one of these before. It certainly looks a little strange, but she was still a cutie. To everyone's surprise, the girl walked up to her and started playing with her. Chun started to say it was a misunderstanding. Jiangwan was completely lost at this point. It's all on Gayun now. Let her behave as usual. They are strangers. Don't let them think much. Just because they like their doggy doesn't mean they will too. So why does she hate the people of the Middle Land so much? The girl began to say that she was not looking for the man they call the king of medicine. The girl explained that Nanmen Palace doesn't have it. Ru Jiangwan couldn't understand what no meant. Did they come here for nothing? The girl, lost, asked where he was now. So now there's not even one person to save, though they do have one charlatan. When she heard them, she said they even had names like strangers. She further clarifies that this healer, it's really just a quack, but if they want to, she introduce him, and that's how they'll summarize the midterms. She doesn't know why they gave him up to them, but they're sure to be disappointed. What they found out, This girl is the daughter of the head of Nanman Palace. If her father hadn't stopped her, he would have been in her arms by now. Understandably, he doesn't particularly like such company, but to find the Medicine King they are forced to follow her. What if what she said was true? They've come all this way to get here. What if it turns out the king is just a legend? Man, he asked. Clearly, what it was they were whispering about. Ruchangwon and the girl immediately fell silent. She never would have thought someone from the Midlands would be traveling with a dog, but let her keep them in mind. She keep an eye on them anyway. Ruchangwon didn't understand why on earth the girl was so angry, so let them follow her in silence. After a while, the girl reported that they had arrived. Nanman Beast Palace. Ruchangwon was glad that they had finally arrived. Nanman is a place once owned by Meng Ho, subordinate to the Chegel clan. It is said that Chegel Liang himself had released him 7 times. Many believe that it was all a strategy to gain credibility and Southerners. In fact, in this way he was destroying Meng Ho's personality. This case well demonstrates the sociopathy, the cruelty of the man in his later years, coldness and calculation in every moment of life being one of the charms of this famous general. Think of what would become descendants. Just what he needed. Ruchangwon would never have thought there was such a place in the jungle. What did he even think? Don't they live like beggars in the middle of nowhere or something? The girl didn't know there were so many kinds of dogs. In the dog era, they were more like wild animals, but they did have plenty of her. For some reason literally everyone here has a dog. It's like they're friends. Right at this moment, Ruchangwon was watching the man and the dog. But why did everyone look so depressed? Something seemed wrong to her. Man, he began to explain what this was all about. It's all because there's a plague in town. Ruchangwon was very much surprised when he heard this. Each of the residents lost someone from their family, so she is, too. After that, the girl became furious and told her to shut her mouth already and follow her. But she didn't say anything like that after all because of that fucking liar, fucking king of medicine. Can't even save one person. What's there to talk about? Ruchangwon asked. So where is the king of medicine? First we have to show them to the head of the tribe. Ruchangwon woke when he saw the chihuahua. The girl began to call out for her father. She said she met them in the woods. They said they wanted to see their quack. The man at this point said nothing in reply. Then he said something to the 3 of them. He said 3 people died today. Ruchangwon couldn't understand, or was he serious? This was really about what? He is happy to welcome visitors from the center. Didn't come a long way. Deserve the hospitality. Today wasn't a good day, so they didn't mind postponing the meeting until tomorrow. It was the head of the Beast Palace, Nanman. Manga. Ruchangwon thanked him for that, but the girl was furious and asked what kind of hospitality she had brought them here. To cut off winter and that damn charlatan's head and sacrifice the game to the spirits, so that's what she's up to. Her father asked her to stop talking like that. He won't let her cut off the head of her savior. Can she take them to the king of medicine? Enough with the posts, let them go after her. Ruchangwon told her to wait. He asked, or is the king of medicine really good for nothing? At first, he has more confidence in her than anyone else. And here he is, she hasn't even examined him, already drawing conclusions. It's his job to save someone already. Now he'll see for himself. They don't need him, let him fuck off. Anyone she touched was immediately killed. Ruchangwon was surprised that she was the medicine king, but something was wrong. What's the vet on, or what? Ruchangwon was surprised. So it's not the people who suffer in this place. Get him out of here or he's in trouble. What about the patient? What should he do? He must intervene. At this point, he started calling for the king of medicine. The man asked if I didn't know him and then asked the elder what kind of strangers they were. Ruchangwon said it's okay. He'll help. Let him come up. He apologized and said they needed her help. Let her not leave, please. Who is he? Why does he speak so respectfully? She was still young, so maybe drop the formalities. Then they went somewhere in the woods. The girl looked at the map and thought about something. Ruchangwon couldn't believe it. She's no more than 20 years old. And a copper girl in medieval China. That's it. She's figured it out. The medicine king he represented looked very different, but not a young girl by any means. Plus that weird outfit. Maybe he's wrong. Why did Ru suddenly start staring at her so openly? And she had heard that there were 2 kinds of men, but she had never thought of it. That a guy likes her, but there's no way she's gonna get him. She started asking couples, or is this the same king of medicine? She thinks she's a fraud. Ruchangwon asked why she was a fraud. He agreed. She looked a little suspicious, but why was she a crook right away? Chun had heard that the Medicine King was familiar with the Poison King of the Tang clan, but she didn't look much like him. She won't believe it, but she was right. She doesn't particularly like it either. The person to whom this letter is sent is most likely a teacher. 2. She thinks this letter is addressed to him. If they don't believe it, they can ask the elder. He and the teacher used to visit him sometimes. The girl understood and began to apologize. She said it was no big deal. They weren't the first to mess her up. Luckily they liked it, and the food culture started to slowly change. Some time ago the master moved away from Dawu, so it is believed that now she needs to help her. The subject of the letter. Jongwon apologized for interrupting. It's just that they live in such an interesting place. They are almost there, and people believe that having her living near the village will only bring more trouble. The girl said, "This is it. So this is where the King of Medicine, one of the 8 kings of Murim, lives." She offered to go inside. To continue there, the king lives in some godforsaken lagucha. They must have seen what was going on in the village. She fears that because of this you won't be able to help them now. This sudden plague has changed a lot of things. Rujionwon asked, or means she's now trying to research this virus to find a cure. That's exactly what happened. Her skills are enough to treat humans, but when it comes to dogs, no matter how many times she tries, she can't find a solution. If only the teacher were here right now. But she's already doing a lot of things. She's got it written right on her face that she's working up a sweat to help these cute animals. The girl asked, or is it really that bad? Chun said it was very wrong of them to hate her because she couldn't heal their pets. Even 1,000 years ago, this was common. Poor doctors, they don't deserve to be treated like this. But it wasn't like that. So what did she mean? It's a different matter altogether if people felt sorry for him. Anything she does wouldn't matter much to them. She apologized and didn't mean to say that, but it's okay. Don't let her worry. Let her not think they hated her from the start. A few years ago, Nanman's land was literally strewn with medicinal plants, so she decided to go here and study them. One day she came across the people of that village who asked for her help. Let them save their mistress, she said, to show them where she was. Meng He, the daughter of a village elder, was suffering from fever. She gave willow bark tincture, which saved her life. Willow bark contains salicylate and azaric. Well, how did she figure that out? It's a medicine that's been remaking its time for 1,000 years. The man thanked her and told her to give her a treat, something she had learned. The king worked. She was welcomed with open arms. The elder even allowed her to live in the village to continue studying the medicinal plant, and she could stay here as long as she wanted. One shorter one, which they fed on, vaulted her some. She taught them how to cook some dish popular in the Midlands. Often they liked it. The food culture began to change gradually. The Midlands would be delightful and their food is superb. The girl told her daddy that she wanted to marry a man from the Midlands. The man only laughed and agreed with her. One day, while they were having a carefree dinner, Menghi's dog, Chong, contracted the plague. That day she made a grave mistake. A mistake that completely changed her life in this village. They all gathered in a circle. The man cried after his dear friend. All the dogs were pining for him, too, and all the people just like that howled at the moon. One dog was sitting on the roof of a house, pining for a friend just the same. The girl continued the story. Rujionwon asked what it was. What kind of shrill howling of dogs and people, that she wouldn't survive the night. So it's all about that little puppy. I feel sorry for him, of course, but why is everyone sad? They don't understand. She thought she'd better explain something to them. Here in the animal palace, a newborn child is immediately matched with a puppy born around the same time. From that point on, they do everything together. Living, eating, learning, growing. But it's no secret that dogs are many times shorter than human life, and when a dog dies, it's believed that its owner's childhood life dies with it. Then the owner gets another dog and is considered an adult. He and his pet begin to help the community and are recognized as part of the palace. After the second dog dies, the owner is recognized as an old man. He gets one last dog with whom he lives out the rest of his life. And so 3 lives, 3 deaths. Every day a man shares life with his pet. She understands now, understands their pain, their loss. She realizes, too. This epidemic started with Menghi's first dog, Chong. This moment called the Kings of Medicine. Let her be more like Chang'u, was bad. Let her not worry. She would take care of him. She didn't pay much attention to it at first, as there was no reason for it. Chang's symptoms were the same as the girl's. Fever, nausea, difficulty breathing, so she decided to treat him the same way she had treated his little mistress. At this moment, Ru Changwon realized that it was a mistake. He said it was nothing, he just thought for a second. Salicylates are toxic to dogs. However, the dog's condition did not improve after the medication was administered. The girl only had to watch as her friend coughed up blood right in front of her. She asked the girl, "And that's how it's supposed to be?" After that, she told her to give her a second. She has to watch it. Oh, man, this is a disaster. Reading a person's chi isn't hard, but the dog's chi. He looks so bad. It's like she gave him tartar poison. The girl started calling her stupid. Why didn't she try watching it? After all, her medication was supposed to help. Should have helped. Let Chong stay. She doesn't have to leave. It's just a joke. The girl starts apologizing to her, but she can't help him. Then she was never able to help mistress's pet. Chong lay half dead for a few more minutes until he stopped breathing. Thus, the girl became an adult at such a young age. So that's why her. Now it's clear why she was so mean to them. The girl started apologizing and saying it wasn't her fault, but they started arguing and saying it wasn't her fault at all. Then gradually the other dogs started getting sick. The process was not so fast, but they all had the same symptoms. No matter what herbs she gave or procedures she performed, she never had a chance to sate one of them. Naturally, the inhabitants began to blame her for everything. Allegedly, she was the one who brought the plague with her. But now she was seriously beginning to wonder if they were right. Ru Jiangwan asked if he could see her research. As far as he knew, there were no viral diseases transmitted from humans to dogs. Of course he can do it. Don't be embarrassed. By the way, she's had other. Where on earth had she put it? Chun at this point started to cover her ass so the guy could watch. Chun started to tell Darling to look over there and turn back. She asked if he had studied medicine. Ru Jiangwan said he wouldn't say. Just wondering. But really, he's just very humble. Not too long ago, he cured her, thus saving her life. And he also promised to take her as his wife. She was jealous of her. Understandably jealous of her. But Ru was Chun. The joy of saving someone's life she no longer remembers. That feeling. Strangely, she seems to be getting more and more selfish lately. Ru Jiangwan started reading something and thought about it. All he knows is that Miriam's world is beyond common sense. Yet comedic, she must be like. If only he could know the name of the disease, she might have a solution. Although, come to think of it, he's not a veterinarian. I guess he'll have to help her first before he can deal with his own problems. Ru Jiangwan noticed something in the scrolls. At that point, they all hit the ground running. Chun started to ask, "Is this an earthquake?" Just at that moment, the same chihuahua that hadn't shown up in a while showed up. The girl hadn't expected to see him here, especially considering his illness. It looked like her time was up. The animal was clearly not feeling well. Ru Jiangwan and the girl couldn't understand what it was she was talking about, their thoughts confused. Just at that moment, the head of the village appeared. He began to apologize, for he could not get into the room because of the limited space. Ru Jiangwan was sure the situation was getting worse, but with one hand he lifted the man up. The man was clearly furious. Judging by his facial expression, his patience was running out. After that, the hut was in the air and the man was right in front of them. The man stood right in front of them, making no secret of his aggression. The girl thanked them for their hospitality. For thanks to them she had studied many plants, but she failed to live up to their expectations and apologized for it, saying it was entirely her fault. She had no excuses, so she thanked him again for his help. After that, the man grabbed her arm. Ru Jiangwan realized that if she didn't help, he still wouldn't be able to marry Jen. The man told her to stop putting the snot down, because this was not the time to get emotional. Menghe's pet seemed to be sick and they needed her help, so she was compelled to help despite her doubts. The girl asked her friend to at least have a little nibble. Let him eat at least a little, or things will get worse. When the man started to say something, the girl simply presented the knife to his throat. She told him not to dare open his mouth, not even let him think about it. He began to apologize, saying that quite an old man's head wasn't working and he didn't understand what was going on. He didn't understand what had happened to that shining girl, for the plague had taken more than just the lives of their pets. At this moment, the medicine king who was known for his abilities appeared. She began to ask what was wrong with him, why his condition had deteriorated so quickly. Menghe, of course, didn't want to see her, but started to ask why she came here. She doesn't need help without a talented charlatan. He's just tired, and now she has to feed him to make him feel better. Let him eat at least one bite. She asked the lady if she would allow her to examine the dog. Why is it that no one ever listens to her? And now her dear Po is infected too. She said she was of no use. She can't put her friend's life in someone else's hands again. The girl was just silent at this point. She didn't know what to do. She apologized to the elder and said that meant he was right. She doesn't know how to help the dog. Ru Jongwon started to say something, but hesitated, trying to find a solution. He had some things to check before he could draw conclusions. Chun asked what he was going to do. The guy hesitantly said something. The girl didn't understand why he needed the list he'd taken. It seemed to him that it wasn't about the plague at all, and he needed to check it out. Just at that moment he began to approach the food, scrutinizing its composition. The girl couldn't understand what her boyfriend understood from Po's ration. He looked focused. Ru Jeongwon said that he is certainly not the king of medicine, but he is the dragon of cooking, and his abilities in this matter are unique. Po immediately took notice, his ears alert. Ru Jeongwon literally started taking his food and eating it without waiting for the others to react. Everyone was very much surprised when they saw this. They didn't expect such audacity. Po himself was very surprised. He's a dog, and here his food was taken by a man. The girl immediately drew her weapon and asked what the idiot was up to, clearly not understanding his actions. Jen began to worry about her lover, not knowing how it would end. The girl felt that it was a waste of time for her to let these strangers into their village, for they were only causing trouble. Ru Chongwon turned around abruptly and said that of course, as he reasoned, it wasn't about the plague at all. So it's all about what they feed their pets, or what? Ru Jeongwon said it was right. More specifically, it's about the bow for dogs. It's like poison for humans. Come to think of it, their friends started getting sick right when they stopped giving them meat alone. So what he's saying is that if they don't give them onions, they'll be fine. Didn't they think it wasn't the plague, but he thinks it's weird. Then why didn't any of the villagers get sick? That's right, they ate onions too. So why didn't they get sick? Ru Jeongwon said, it's not easy to explain. Dogs are affected differently by onions than humans. Why would they even listen to other people's advice? He looks like a pervert and he stinks. That's right, they won't let another stranger fool them. But don't they know this guy is called the Dragon of Cooking? Do they realize that every time he cooks, the cherries and peaches start to bloom as if it were April? When his pot boils, you can see a battle of dragons in the sky as they make their way to the curve. This is the Dragon of Cooking. Whatever rumors have been spread about him, if he really is a dragon, they believe him. They began to toss the air to him and rejoice that the cooking dragon had saved Nanman Palace. Now none of my friends will die. The girl sighed heavily and said that it was finally over. She thought man he would be happy now, and Po would be fine. Long live the king of cooking. Ru Jeongwon told everyone to wait and not to thank him. And we have the king of medicine to thank. What's he talking about? It's not like she's done anything. He knows how long she's been here, and in all that time, I haven't helped anyone. But it's a misunderstanding, and it's not the plague at all. Here's at least one of them knows what their dog ate this morning. Yesterday. Maybe a year ago. They said of course not. But she never called him a quack, wrote everything down and tracked each of their friends' diets day by day, and kept track of how their pet was doing. But how brightly his eyes shine, how sharp and healthy their teeth are. They agreed to it. The main character said he can't say he fully understands their pain, but if anyone does, it's the king of medicine. It's the one they hate so much. At that moment, Manhwa appeared and told everyone to get out of her way. Let them think about what it's like to try their best when no one appreciates them. She was very much surprised when the girl hugged her and asked her what she was saying, for she could not hear her. Let them think what it would be like to carry the weight on their shoulders, and their pain, and theirs. The girl began to apologize to her. And so a few days passed, and Nanman Palace became alive in a completely different way. Since they changed the diet, there have been no new people getting sick. Everyone who was sick before has started to get better. The woman, however, told him she didn't want fruit and seeds, and the residents relented, realizing that not all food was suitable for their pets. And he taught them something useful. The residents and their pets found an understanding that turned a page in a textbook of their gastronomic culture. Ru Jeongwon tells Gun that she's had enough. She can stop pretending. Where she's going is his specialty. Ru Jeongwon realized that she wasn't pretending. At this point the king was approached and told that she hadn't eaten anything yet, so he was just in time. Let him take it. She thanked him. He said her health was important. Let her call him if she wanted more. One would be too much for her. At that moment someone asked if she wanted dumplings. He has no idea how much she owes him, but he's just lucky it came to mine. He seems to know a lot about dogs. Jongwon said something like that. He himself had a little dog named B. The guy wondered how he was doing without him. The girl asked if he had been before. She asked if maybe in his past life. Jongwon didn't hesitate to reply, yes, but at that moment, a realization came to him. Immediately afterward, a dumpling fell out of his hand. Jongwon was very much surprised. He asked her what he had said. At that moment he realized that she hadn't answered. He suggested we go somewhere quiet and discuss it. Chun started to get worried. She didn't understand where the two of them had gone. Jongwon asked how she knew about his past life. Was she asking, or is he serious? Yeah, it's written all over his face. Well, let him plant it himself. He knows so much about dogs when he's also doing her tincture. Jongwon asked, or was it all just her convincing him that this wasn't his first life? Let him listen to her. The teacher Medicine King was just like him. He too had memories from other lives. Jongwon was surprised. And not just him. In martial arts, science and painting, even in business, there are laboring abilities beyond common sense everywhere, which is why there are quite a few like him. Take even the rest of the kings of Murim. Their abilities are all inspiring and frightening. Now the cooking dragon can be added to that list as well. Sounds like he's out of their league altogether. Jongwon said that it comes out that he wasn't the only one who got here from the future, and the girl asked what future meant. He doesn't seem to know anything at all. Let her ask him some questions. The past, his present, his lives, was it the same as he sees it now, or what? Jongwon didn't even think about it from the beginning. Even though art, she, is all so weird, he replied that it wasn't really. Let it not be misunderstood. She was just trying to use it to try to understand what the teacher meant when he told her that. She didn't have enough knowledge though, as now, he said roughly the following. The time that flows around them does not always go in the same direction, does not always present itself to each of them in the same way. If he can understand this, he will have the opportunity to come face to face with countless versions of himself. He called it transmission, or he called it distribution, but he still didn't know what she was talking about. Do they have their own multiverse or something? Jongwon told her to wait. Then he was wrong. Jongwon is the real one and someone else. Exactly. If it was someone else it would be called possession. But it's not like he believes in spirit ghosts. The girl laughed and said it was too silly. No. That's the more convincing version. But he told me about it. She had once read one of the teacher's papers about propagation. And sort of ... But as far as she remembers, it shouldn't cause any memory problems. Perhaps his memory problems are related to something else. She thinks it might be related to the demonic cult, but she doesn't have enough knowledge herself, so she asked him for a favor. The connection to the demonic cult might have something to do with his memory. Jongwon asked, or she wants to study his pulse again. She thinks, do without it. Such a primitive would be insufficient. Jongwon said thank goodness. Because the last time Mr. Chigel examined him, he almost died. It's the first time something like this has happened. But she's the king of medicine. She's gonna come up with something even worse. The girl pulled out needles and said it was called acupuncture. Where did she get such big needles anyway? But did it matter? Because when it comes to memory, it was about the head, wasn't it? Jongwon started to feel unpleasant sensations. He told her that it was deep too deep. The girl realized that she needed to correct herself a bit, and after a few seconds said it was perfect. At this moment, Jongwon began to feel as if he was being transported to another dimension. None of the villagers understood what it was, what was even going on, and that bright light and splashing of incomprehensible things could be seen very far away. The man stood directly in front of the woman. He saw that her ball was still as sharp even after she left the heavenly bowl sect. However, he could see with the naked eye that she was no longer as skillful in battle. The woman said that he was also acting arrogant. It was a blood witch, a former elder of the heavenly demon cult named Yunseal. He won't kill right away. He'll try to keep his wits about him, and tear his flesh and break his bones relentlessly until he feels what she feels. The man said, as she looked at herself, no matter how she looked at herself, her family hadn't changed her one bit. She's still the same bloodthirsty, cruel witch then and now. The woman at that moment was transfixed. Isn't that funny? After all, it's all her fault. Does she realize she made that choice? The woman was momentarily transfixed. It's been interesting, but I think it's time to call it a day. I need time to miss my old comrade. She had better get ready for the next meeting, because she have to pay for her betrayal. At this point, The woman began calling for her son. She ran to him and asked if he was okay. She asked if he was hurt, but Ru Changwon couldn't utter a single word at this moment. Then the moment paused. The girl said it must have been hard on him. Jiangwon said, she asked if everything was okay. He said he honestly didn't remember any of it, as if it wasn't him, but someone else. It's as if he's not watching a movie, but a Zayui, a Chinese drama from the Song dynasty. His breathing is even, his pulse is fine too, and he's calm. He doesn't seem to be lying. But that woman, who was a cult elder, suggested we look again. Ru Jiangwon agreed and asked if he could have popcorn. No problem. Except she didn't know what it was. He said it's the kind of roasted corn appetizer that sounds like something the poor eat, but really isn't. At this point in time, elsewhere, the guy was practicing on a homemade mannequin. He tried his best and studied ball possession. At that moment, something happened. His sword literally flew out of his hands. Then it landed not far from him. He was called by his mother at that moment. She told him to be careful and said she was very glad he was doing martial arts. But first he needs to realize that even his sword in a moment could be his greatest adversary. Ru Jiangwon was sure, but she knew about it firsthand. The woman didn't understand why he said that and asked him. Jiangwon recalled that the man had called her a blood witch. The woman began to say that this was not true at all. She had given up the name a long time ago. He said Dad wouldn't have died if she wasn't a witch. The woman at that moment became very hurt by those words. Then the guy went back to practicing. The woman continued to hold on to her heart. The girl said that was it, as she ate popcorn and drank something that looked like a Coke. He certainly didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Jongwon realized that he wanted to adapt, though. No matter how much one thinks about it, there's no point in practicing martial arts with such a weak body. What an asshole. At that moment, someone was beating him. He's just a punk who doesn't know anything about art. And he's been pestering me with his talk. He thought they'd have a good sword fight. And he's so weak he can't even hold it. He suggested we go back to the bar and have a drink. Jongwon said that if only he had known that one was so talentsless ... he would never get into a fight with worthless weaklings like that. The man, of course, became furious after these words and said that his patience was being tested. He'd be a stupid bastard. Let him see how fearless he is. Now he'll show his brother. If they were even a little calmer, she'd let them live. They couldn't figure out who she even was. She said her name wasn't cheap enough for creeps like them to pronounce it. They couldn't understand why the man began to bring his sword to his throat on his own. Jongwon started begging his mom not to do it. It seemed to her that tonight was missing one bright color. Jongwon watched the whole thing. She used a soul-capturing technique to blood flower. To be continued. Blood flower. Jongwon had only to watch it. He was stunned by what he had just seen. The woman called out to her son at this point. She said that revenge was not the way, and he would never accomplish anything through revenge. She had told him that many times before. Just at that moment, the man's body fell next to the guy. This time, she was lucky and made it in time. But what if next time, she wasn't around and got in trouble? Looks like he's barely hurt. We should go home. But Cheon-won, greatly frightened, began to cry and asked her to leave and not to touch him. She started screaming for help, claiming there was a witch here. He continued to scream with all his might. The woman realized it all made sense. She had a dream once, a warm, sweet dream, but it was stained with the blood of the people closest to her. It was a shame it would never come true. It's been that way to this day. If it did continue, sooner or later the shadow of her dream would be on his defenseless neck again. All she has to do now is erase the pain he's endured from his memory and fill it with love from scratch. She used the soul-capturing technique of oblivion again. Unfortunately, the memories were erased by her technique. Soon everything will be back and it will start all over again. But she will no longer make a mistake. She will no longer seek forgiveness or understanding. No matter what he would think of her later, right now she had no other choice. For the last time, let her give her instruction. Let him believe her that a knife isn't just needed to hurt people, not just to comprehend martial arts like his mom. If he can find a way to communicate his feelings, he can win the heart of any man. She asks him. Whether he forgets her or not is not that important. The main thing is to make sure he doesn't forget her last word. She apologized to him and told him that if she ever met him again, to let him stay with her longer. She used a soul capture technique. Transference. That's how it happened that Jeong-won ended up in his body. It is now clear why his memories are not clear in places and why he knew nothing. Carry over. He seemed to need time to digest everything. She offered to finish, but Jiangwan said there was no way that could be. She suggested they wrap it up. They still have time, but there will be a continuation next time. But that can't happen. Jiangwan said, right there. Let her wait a little longer. He wants to check something out. Oh, crap. The session's going on too long. She's already running out of Chen. Jiangwan asked, or is it a memory from another life? The doctors apologized, saying they did the best they could. It's a miracle she's still alive. How long does she even have left? The man asked. He figured they had better start preparations already. The little boy stood crying, turning to his mother. He took her hand. Well, she let him down again. She apologized to him. His mother asked him to stay longer with her this time. Jiangwan was so small. Then his mom had told him the same thing the witch had told him in his memories, so it never seemed strange to him. He asked that it could just be a coincidence. Her teacher had told her that when there is a transition in a person's life, everything around them changes and they forget everything. But most importantly, the connections don't go anywhere. At this moment, Ru Changwan noticed that something had started to happen to the girl and asked what it was already. He caught her and asked her what was wrong, how she was. Looks like she overdid it a bit. She be fine. Don't worry about it. Just need a break. Changwan said thank goodness he was already scared. But then where did that cold air come from? Just at that moment, Chun was standing behind him. She wondered what had happened here that caused Che to start bursting out and he himself to start screaming. Jiangwan said, she got it wrong. It was just a misunderstanding. Ru Jiangwan, a nobleman who earned the title of Cooking Dragon, and she would understand if he got himself a concubine or a second wife. But his first time will be with her. Ru Jiangwan realized that she was more than a little angry. At this point the dogs were barking outside. The girl couldn't understand what had happened. Why the weather had changed. Must be their guests, too. What's that cold stuff anyway? The man said, I think it's called snow. What the hell is going on in there anyway? The barrette that was in the girl's hair fell to the floor. She began to say it in an incomprehensible language, that the guy was her ... Ru Jiangwan tried to further explain that it was just a misunderstanding and notice that the color of her hair had changed. She can't let that happen. But Ru Changwan didn't understand what she was saying, for she was speaking a different language. At that moment, she began to attack them, and they both hid. Chun went on to say that the guy would be her husband. Ru Changwan realized that this time it was even worse. What an asshole he is. Should have dealt with that first. He was telling the girl that they should get outside, but she asked him if he thought she had calmed down, though everything was right, but it was strange why. They began to watch carefully. A realization came to the protagonist at this point. Chun said that if he didn't have her, no one would have him at all. Jongwon realized that she wanted to use Tanjigan as a pirate. Looks like he's going to die this time. After all, there was definitely no escaping this sting. It was the end. The girl told him that it was going to hurt now, but just hurt, the pain would be terrible. Just at that moment, she pulled the needles from his head. If only the master could see it, the slave would immediately start harping on hygiene and possible infections, eyes bloodshot. But there's no time to think about such trivialities now. The girl used acupuncture and hit Chun right on the Jugu and Zhongtai points. Ru Jiangwan asked if she was okay. She explained that she blocked the pathways of Che using dots. A normal person would die from something like that, but she was different. She thinks that in this state it will only stop her for a little while. So it's not too late. While they still have time, the important thing is to start asking what it is. She had dreamed of it since she was a little girl. The girl said there was no time now, would tell you all about it later. The girl told Ru Jiangwan to hurry up. At this moment, Chun just stood still. Ru Jiangwan didn't understand. Didn't he have a choice? Chun said she was alone the whole time. Ru Changwan broke right through to her at that moment. The girl realized that it was already too dangerous. Ru Changwan apologized and said he didn't understand what she was trying to say. That he is sure there will be 1,000 more occasions for quarrels in their life together. And whatever the fight is, you can't bring it to this. That's when he literally put his fingers in her mouth. Chun interjected about living together. Then her charms began to fade. The chamomile and pinelia he gave her was a common herbal pill. It has sedative and genotypic properties. Pretty sure that's enough to manage her symptoms, but they can't cure them completely. So she just have to get used to it. It's part of her. Two extremes in one body and yawn. Her condition may stabilize over time. However, she can't say for sure if it will happen. Maybe he will succeed. Find a balance maybe. She choose one side, and all they have to do is wait. Oh, damn it. It's all his fault. so the symptoms started after he cured her. At this point, the girl woke up abruptly and said, even as a child, long before she met her boyfriend, she began to guess that she actually had this power. But because of the way she looked, having the power didn't change anything. They still laughed at her. If only she had been sure she had such power then, it would frighten her and make her shut down even more. Because of this, she'd spent her whole life involuntarily repressing it. So it's not the guy's fault. She thought nothing would change. She have to accept it and live her whole life like this. But ever since she met him, everything in her life had changed. She never thought she could live like everyone else, with that awful face and the coldness in her chest, or dreamed that someday that would change. Jongwon tied back his hair and turned to her. He asked if she was hungry. Yeah, so I thought I hadn't cooked anything in a while and remembered there was something he wanted to make for her. He'll call her when it's ready. The girl asked him to wait. She asked if he minded if she ate here alone, but he didn't mind. But why all of a sudden? Just see if he can see. Her hair has gotten ugly, like an old woman's, and now she's ashamed to appear in public like that. Ryjeongwon asked as she came over here for a second. Chun agreed, and the servant opened the door. The girl was surprised, for she never thought she would see such a thing in Nanmen. The servant said the mistress would have been faster, but that's okay. They all touch her. Ryjeongwon asked as she looked forward. She said she'd be right there. At that moment she looked up and saw something, still very much surprised. The whole village was covered with snow. Chun was very much surprised. She asked if she was the reason for all of this, became certainly cooler. But it's beautiful, just like her. Chun was very much surprised at those words. Then the servant literally vomited at those words. Chun abruptly grabbed her heart and something began to happen to her. She hugged Jongwon and thanked him. Everyone started watching this dish. He offered them milsabin, a planing ice. She asked, is this a dessert made of ice? The name of this dish is certainly a tricky one, but it's really just ice chips with red beans. It is understandable that in Song Dynasty China, it would hardly have been familiar with such a dish, even though it has a rich history. And in the southern part of China, this may be the only chance to try a dessert like this. In order to prepare the base of this dish, the bean paste is soaked and then boiled for a long time. Then it is necessary to prepare condensed milk. For this purpose milk is boiled for a long time, adding sugar to it. His favorite berry is strawberries. Unfortunately, they can't find it here, but the filling can be made from any berries and fruits that are available to them. Alas, freshly fallen snow would not be suitable for making this dish, so he took a chunk of ice from one of the springs in this village. Then with the help of a knife you need to chop it to shavings. Now all they have to do is add all the ingredients in the right order and that's it. The king of desserts, planing ice with red beans, is ready. But it doesn't really feel like a main course, so more like just an appetizer. To be honest, I was expecting something a little more serious from a cooking dragon. Jongwon understands them, but as usual food can satisfy hunger. That way, a simple dessert like this one can warm their jaded hearts. Who knew that regular ice could be so sweet? She seemed to understand what he was trying to say. The girl asked if this ice was safe for dogs. In theory, there should be no problems. The main thing is not to give them too much, because sugar is not really good for them. A taste that chills not only the mouth but the mind as well. She is so grateful to the main character. With him there are many times less problems. I mean, come to think of it, it's been a long time since then. The last time he ate something for pleasure. The pain of losing close friends was so heavy that they have completely forgotten about such a simple thing as weakness. He understands what he's trying to say. Jongwon thanked. The meaning of sweetness is to comfort the hearts of men, one of its obvious properties. In his real life, this phenomenon was called ... A sugar high is such a dopamine surge. For a very long time, cold food was avoided in China, believing that all troubles come from it. It is even known that one of the ministers of the Ming dynasty drank cold water every morning in order to die sooner. However, according to available documents, ice cream was already widespread in the Song dynasty. Various kinds of ice cream with cookies, ice cream with jam, snow foam with bean paste and cherry pie are known. There is even a pat binsu dish among them that is very similar to what he made. Throughout China's long history, only the Song dynasty actively consumed chipped ice. However, for what reason this is the case is still unclear. Anyway, it ended well enough. I mean, what would they be doing if it wasn't for him? Okay, well, she's just lucky. But there was something else. It seems that their problems are now solved and they can go back and finally get ready for the wedding. But to her surprise, the girl abruptly began to deny it. She learned about his mother from the king of medicine. Rujiongwon was very much surprised when he heard this, because if you think about it, Jen is the daughter of the powerful patriarch of Chegel. Rujiongwon asks what she told her, what she's talking about. Clearly, there's more to Zheng, too, and her family in general. They're quite squeamish about these matters, so it seems to him that marrying the son of elders and demonic cultists to the daughter of a prominent family can only add to the problems. The girl said they couldn't just do the ceremony. His little dream shattered in an instant, but at that moment, Chun said she would like to meet his mom. Jongwon was very much surprised when he heard that. But you can't get married without getting to know your mother-in-law. Rujiongwon started to agree and said whatever she said. Chun asked if he was thinking of something else, or what. The protagonist, still shaking, began to say that of course. The dog at this point peed in the snow. That's when the guy showed up, and he was glad he'd finally found them, his Chun and the damn fiance.